SPS community. Dr. John B. Gordon III here, proud Division Superintendent of Suffolk Public Schools. And here we are. We are at the halfway point. It really feels like the 24-25 school year is flying by. I can just remember the first day of school like it was yesterday. So then now that we're at this halfway point, I have a couple of tips that I want to talk to you all about as we prepare for the second semester. Number one, big change. Big change on that first day back after winter break when Suffolk Public Schools became cell phone free. I want to take the time to thank our students and to thank all of our staff for modeling our expectations of being cell phone free, bell to bell throughout the school day. Number two, I have to ask everybody to continue to work towards coming to school every day. Suffolk Public Schools is fighting chronic absenteeism like all the school divisions in Virginia. And this is where we need that parent support. This we need to make sure that everybody's aware of the things that we do, notifications, emails, phone calls when your child is absent. You know, fighting that chronic absenteeism really shows us that you can't be successful if you are not here. Number three, stay engaged. This means continue to play the sports, continue to join the clubs, continue to do whatever you can to make learning in SPS a fun experience for all. We have so many great opportunities for our kids to get involved. And parents, this means that we want you to get involved too. Continue to volunteer, go through the system. We always need support of having people in our schools, on our field trips, different activities that we do throughout the year. This really shows why we are a family, and this shows why we're trying to have the best school community in the history of education. We are halfway there. Let's make sure we continue to work hard and that we finish this year strong.
Welcome to Lakeland High School's Center for Performing and Production Arts, where dreams become reality and creativity knows no bounds. At SIPA, we offer specialized programs in music, theater, music production, and guitar, providing students with a comprehensive arts education. From mastering the guitar to music production, our students receive top-notch instruction from experienced professionals.
We know that oftentimes we have students that, for whatever reason, are not able to go to traditional magnet-style programs. So we want to keep them in a specialty program here in Suffolk so that they also get to have the traditional high school student experience.
For SIPA, you are actually just like a normal Lakeland student. So they don't go anywhere. We're all right here at Lakeland. So they would take the normal set of classes, except their electives are more focused on the arts. So you'd take all the standard math, English, science, history stuff, and then you'd also take the classes here on campus.
So I think it's just great to have a specific class that's like for what you're working on and pushing you to be better in that skill, you know? Like usually I go home and I practice, or I have to find somewhere else to be like, in this class, I can do these things in this class. So I think that's very great, and I just appreciate it so much.
Students gain hands-on experience in acting, directing, and stage management, preparing them for a variety of roles in the theater industry.
For more information about the Center for Performing and Production Arts at Lakeland or any of Suffolk Public Schools K-12 Fine and Performing Arts programs, please call 757-925-6750 or go to our website, spsk12.net. We look forward to hearing from you, and we cannot wait to work with the future creators.
The Forward ACE program is an educational program provided to high schools and community colleges across the country. And the College and Career Academy of Pruden is one of our ACE schools. And this school is sponsored by Barton Ford of Suffolk.
Today was monumental because we brought in Barton to actually not only honor him and give him something for his accomplishments, but also to give students an opportunity to see what's available not only at Barton, but then just career paths.
Landon has completed 100% of all the ACE training. So he's already done 40% of that, 100%. Yes. And I've only heard of one other student in Norfolk that did the same thing in Virginia. And I haven't really heard about anybody else in the country at this point. I brag about this on my nationwide meetings.
We are so proud of him. He is an absolute joy to see when I observe classes. And he asks the great questions, has all the answers, but that's just a testament to how he studied and his passion for this type of program. And so we're hoping that there are a lot more Landons out there.
I think the biggest thing is him having an outlet with this Suffolk school district, having CCAP, everybody from the principals to his teachers having this outlet. I didn't have this growing up, and I didn't have this attention or the ability to do something like this.
It's definitely assisted in his journey to get here. It's helped to build his foundation for his dream to be a mechanic and an engineer, and it's been essential in his growth.
Yeah, I would love to thank my parents, my grandparents, and my girlfriend for supporting me and always giving me a positive lookout, and especially to my teacher, Nemeth, who is one of the best teachers I've ever had. He's always willing to teach and willing to show you how to do everything, and he's just an amazing teacher.
Very proud moment, and very proud of Landon and all of the teachers and the students here at the College and Career Academy.
Good evening. Welcome to the February 13th, 2025 work session of the Suffolk City School Board. This meeting is called to order. At this time, the first item on the agenda for this work session is a closed meeting of the school board.
Motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711, Student Appeal 2024-25 9SA regarding the suspension of a student whether discussion in an open meeting would involve disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record, which is authorized by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, found in Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A2.
Is there a motion to go into closed session? It has been moved by Board Member Jenkins and seconded by Vice Chair McGee. We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick? I'm sorry. Board Member Slingloff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee? Yes. Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
At this time, we will go into closed meeting. Board members, don't forget to leave your personal devices out here in the envelope Ms. Gardner and Mrs. Jenkins will provide. You can take your school-issued Chromebook with you.
She meant to say Miss Johnson. I know she.
I said Ms. Jenkins? I'm sorry, y'all. I have no excuse for that. Mrs. Johnson.
said.
John. Hers didn't come on.
It's green now.
Okay, good. Okay, here.
Good evening. At this time, we will reconvene our work session of the February 13th, 2025 Suffolk School Board meeting. At this time, we need to certify the closed meeting.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of February 13th, 2025 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the School Board of the City of Suffolk.
Is there a motion?
Second.
It was moved by Board Member Jenkins and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields? Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee? Yes. Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Before we recess for a brief dinner break, I want to take this opportunity to recognize that next week is actually School Board Clerk Appreciation Month, or week, week. But since we're here tonight, we wanted to go ahead and recognize and honor our School Board Clerk and Deputy Clerk, Ms. Gardner and Mrs. Johnson. So, keep our ducks in a row, in the same pond at least. Have a gift for each of you and some flowers.
Ms. Dickens.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. and fun with our students.
At this time, we will go into recess until 7 p.m.
Dr. Brown. Mr. Boone. SPS community. Dr. John B. Gordon III here, proud Division Superintendent of Suffolk Public Schools. And here we are. We are at the halfway point. It really feels like the 24-25 school year is flying by. I can just remember the first day of school like it was yesterday. So then now that we're at this halfway point, I have a couple of tips that I want to talk to you all about as we prepare for the second semester. Number one, big change. Big change on that first day back after winter break when Suffolk Public Schools became cell phone free. I want to take the time to thank our students and to thank all of our staff for modeling our expectations of being cell phone free, bell to bell throughout the school day. Number two, I have to ask everybody to continue to work towards coming to school every day. Suffolk Public Schools is fighting chronic absenteeism like all the school divisions in Virginia. And this is where we need that parent support. This we need to make sure that everybody's aware of the things that we do, notifications, emails, phone calls when your child is absent. You know, fighting that chronic absenteeism really shows us that you can't be successful if you are not here. Number three, stay engaged. This means continue to play the sports, continue to join the clubs, continue to do whatever you can to make learning in SPS a fun experience for all. We have so many great opportunities for our kids to get involved. And parents, this means that we want you to get involved too. Continue to volunteer, go through the system. We always need support of having people in our schools, on our field trips, different activities that we do throughout the year. This really shows why we are a family, and this shows why we're trying to have the best school community in the history of education. We are halfway there. Let's make sure we continue to work hard and that we finish this year strong.
Welcome to Lakeland High School's Center for Performing and Production Arts, where dreams become reality and creativity knows no bounds. At SIPA, we offer specialized programs in music, theater, music production, and guitar, providing students with a comprehensive arts education. From mastering the guitar to music production, our students receive top-notch instruction from experienced professionals.
We know that oftentimes we have students that, for whatever reason, are not able to go to traditional magnet-style programs. So we want to keep them in a specialty program here in Suffolk so that they also get to have the traditional high school student experience.
For SIPA, you are actually just like a normal Lakeland student. So they don't go anywhere. We're all right here at Lakeland. So they would take the normal set of classes, except their electives are more focused on the arts. So you'd take all the standard math, English, science, history stuff, and then you'd also take the classes here on campus.
So I think it's just great to have a specific class that's like for what you're working on and pushing you to be better in that skill, you know? Like usually I go home and I practice, or I have to find somewhere else to be like, in this class, I can do these things in this class. So I think that's very great, and I just appreciate it so much.
Students gain hands-on experience in acting, directing, and stage management, preparing them for a variety of roles in the theater industry.
For more information about the Center for Performing and Production Arts at Lakeland or any of Suffolk Public Schools K-12 Fine and Performing Arts programs, please call 757-925-6750 or go to our website, spsk12.net. We look forward to hearing from you, and we cannot wait to work with the future creators.
The Forward ACE program is an educational program provided to high schools and community colleges across the country. And the College and Career Academy of Pruden is one of our ACE schools. And this school is sponsored by Barton Ford of Suffolk.
Today was monumental because we brought in Barton to actually not only honor him and give him something for his accomplishments, but also to give students an opportunity to see what's available not only at Barton, but then just career paths.
Landon has completed 100% of all the ACE training. So he's already done 40% of that, 100%. Yes. And I've only heard of one other student in Norfolk that did the same thing in Virginia. And I haven't really heard about anybody else in the country at this point. I brag about this on my nationwide meetings.
We are so proud of him. He is an absolute joy to see when I observe classes. And he asks the great questions, has all the answers, but that's just a testament to how he studied and his passion for this type of program. And so we're hoping that there are a lot more Landons out there.
I think the biggest thing is him having an outlet with this Suffolk school district, having CCAP, everybody from the principals to his teachers having this outlet. I didn't have this growing up. I didn't have this attention or the ability to do something like this.
It's definitely assisted in his journey to get here. It's helped to build his foundation for his dream to be a mechanic and an engineer, and it's been essential in his growth.
Yeah, I would love to thank my parents, my grandparents, and my girlfriend for supporting me and always giving me a positive lookout, and especially to my teacher, Nemeth, who is one of the best teachers I've ever had. He's always willing to teach and willing to show you how to do everything, and he's just an amazing teacher.
Very proud moment, and very proud of Landon and all of the teachers and the students here at the College and Career Academy.
here at the Big Feet Meet at Lakeland High School. This event is so special. It is in partnership with Special Olympics of Virginia. So here we have all of our middle school students that participate in alternate, adaptive, and functional curriculum programs that have a varied level of abilities. So here at the Big Feet Meet, they have the opportunity to participate in so many games. And the purpose of this event is for them to feel included, accepted, and be a part of all the amazing things that we have to offer here in Suffolk Public Schools. We're here also in partnership with ROTC, the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, and the Special Olympics of Virginia. And again, it's all to be inclusive, to show our togetherness, and really just to ensure that our students know that they are loved and accepted.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paper boy, evening TV. Did I get delivered here? Somebody tell me, please. This old world's confusing me. Clouds as mean as you ever seen. Ain't a bird who knows you're true. Then a little voice inside you whispers, kid, don't sell your dreams so soon. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a heart, a hand to hold on to. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a face, somebody who needs you. Everywhere you look, when you're lost out there and you're all alone, life is waiting to carry you home. Everywhere you look. Everywhere you look, you might find out.
SIPA itself is unique. It has different specialty classes that you can take that you cannot take at other schools. You can take choir classes and you can take guitar, but you cannot take like guitar the way we teach it with classical style. The choir classes are different. There's more performance activities and opportunities here at Lakeland.
There are a lot of opportunities for students to showcase their work and talents. Really, the opportunities hinge on our teachers providing those opportunities, and they do provide a ton.
So I feel like leadership and teamwork kind of work together, literally, in this sense, because we've had to do both and learn how to do both. So I definitely say that skill and both of those things you could use for anything in your life, specifically in a music career. So I definitely think those two things are what I learned most and would definitely help me in the future.
We have had music competitions where we won every single music composition award.
Last year I went to Music in the Parks at Kings Dominion. We scored superior and we were first place overall for the choirs.
I know what I'm doing in this program. Like, it feels like I know where I'm going. I know who I'm doing this with. I know why we're doing this, and I know that it's great. I think that we're just genuinely pushing ourselves to do better, become better people, learn more, experience more, have more fun, which are all great things. So I definitely say it's increased my confidence a lot. And it's been an amazing journey so far.
For more information about the Center for Performing and Production Arts at Lakeland or any of Suffolk Public Schools K-12 Fine and Performing Arts programs, please call 757-925-6750 or go to our website, spsk12.net. We look forward to hearing from you, and we cannot wait to work with the future creators.
Every day, children around the world face the harsh reality of bullying. Bullying inflicts emotional wounds that can last a lifetime. It diminishes a child's confidence and self-worth, leaving scars beyond the playground.
It was heartbreaking to realize our daughter was suffering silently.
I felt helpless knowing our child was going through such pain.
I noticed that she wasn't acting like herself. If we weren't paying attention, we probably would have never realized that she was being bullied.
We realized our roles as parents needed to evolve. I'm in the military and my wife works, but we overlooked the importance of active parenting and education.
After meeting with her teacher and working together, we were able to resolve the bullying issue.
Now, we're both actively engaged in our child's education.
We encourage every parent out there to get involved, be present, and listen.
Your involvement matters more than you know.
Join Suffolk Public Schools in our mission to increase parent engagement and create a safe, bully-free environment for every child. Your involvement matters. If you suspect your child has been bullied, please immediately report it to your school's administration team. Reporting can be done anonymously through our Suffolk Public Schools bullying hotline at 757-538-5483 or by completing our SPS bullying complaint form found on our division's website. Together, we can make a lasting difference.
Congratulations to the remarkable group of 64 Suffolk Public Schools choral students who earned spots in the 2025 District Choir. These talented students were chosen through a rigorous audition process, competing against singers from Chesapeake, Isle of Wight, Portsmouth, and beyond. Their achievement in the Virginia Music Education Association District Choir highlights the strength and growth of our music programs here at Suffolk Public Schools. This record number of selections is a testament to the dedication and excellence within our district's music and arts program, which play a vital role in maintaining Suffolk's recognition as a best community for music education.
SPS community. Dr. John B. Gordon III here, proud Division Superintendent of Suffolk Public Schools. And here we are at the halfway point. It really feels like the 24-25 school year is flying by. I can just remember the first day of school like it was yesterday. So then now that we're at this halfway point, I have a couple of tips that I want to talk to you all about as we prepare for the second semester. Number one, big change. Big change on that first day back after winter break when Suffolk Public Schools became cell phone free. I want to take the time to thank our students and to thank all of our staff for modeling our expectations of being cell phone free, bell to bell throughout the school day. Number two, I have to ask everybody to continue to work towards coming to school every day. Suffolk Public Schools is fighting chronic absenteeism like all the school divisions in Virginia. And this is where we need that parent support. This we need to make sure that everybody's aware of the things that we do. He shows us that you can't be successful if you are not here. Number three, stay engaged. This means continue to play the sports, continue to join the clubs, continue to do whatever you can to make learning in SPS a fun experience for all. We have so many great opportunities for our kids to get involved. And parents, this means that we want you to get involved too. Continue to volunteer, go through the system. We always need support of having people in our schools, on our field trips, different activities that we do throughout the year. This really shows why we are a family, and this shows why we're trying to have the best school community in the history of education. We are halfway there. Let's make sure we continue to work hard and that we finish this year strong.
Welcome to Lakeland High School's Center for Performing and Production Arts, where dreams become reality and creativity knows no bounds. At SIPA, we offer specialized programs in music, theater, music production, and guitar, providing students with a comprehensive arts education. From mastering the guitar to music production, our students receive top-notch instruction from experienced professionals.
We know that oftentimes we have students that, for whatever reason, are not able to go to traditional magnet-style programs. So we want to keep them in a specialty program here in Suffolk so that they also get to have the traditional high school student experience.
For SIPA, you are actually just like a normal Lakeland student. So they don't go anywhere. We're all right here at Lakeland. So they would take the normal set of classes, except their electives are more focused on the arts. So you'd take all the standard math, English, science, history stuff, and then you'd also take the classes here on campus.
So I think it's just great to have a specific class that's like for what you're working on and pushing you to be better in that skill, you know? Like usually I go home and I practice, or I have to find somewhere else to be like, in this class, I can do these things in this class. So I think that's very great, and I just appreciate it so much.
Students gain hands-on experience in acting, directing, and stage management, preparing them for a variety of roles in the theater industry.
For more information about the Center for Performing and Production Arts at Lakeland or any of Suffolk Public Schools K-12 Fine and Performing Arts programs, please call 757-925-6750 or go to our website, spsk12.net. We look forward to hearing from you, and we cannot wait to work with the future creators.
The Forward ACE program is an educational program provided to high schools and community colleges across the country. And the College and Career Academy of Pruden is one of our ACE schools. And this school is sponsored by Barton Ford of Suffolk.
Today was monumental because we brought in Barton to actually not only honor him and give him something for his accomplishments, but also to give students an opportunity to see what's available not only at Barton, but then just career paths.
Landon has completed 100% of all the ACE training. So he's already done 40% of that, 100%. Yes. And I've only heard of one other student in Norfolk that did the same thing in Virginia. And I haven't really heard about anybody else in the country at this point. I brag about this on my nationwide meetings.
We are so proud of him. He is an absolute joy to see when I observe classes. And he asks the great questions, has all the answers, but that's just a testament to how he studied and his passion for this type of program. And so we're hoping that there are a lot more Landons out there.
I think the biggest thing is him having an outlet with this Suffolk school district, having CCAP, everybody from the principals to his teachers having this outlet. I didn't have this growing up, and I didn't have this attention or the ability to do something like this.
It's definitely assisted in his journey to get here. It's helped to build his foundation for his dream to be a mechanic and an engineer, and it's been essential in his growth.
Yeah, I would love to thank my parents, my grandparents, and my girlfriend for supporting me and always giving me a positive lookout, and especially to my teacher, Nemeth, who is one of the best teachers I've ever had. He's always willing to teach and willing to show you how to do everything, and he's just an amazing teacher.
Very proud moment, and very proud of Landon and all of the teachers and the students here at the College and Career Academy.
We are here at the Big Feet Meet at Lakeland High School. This event is so special. It is in partnership with Special Olympics of Virginia. So here we have all of our middle school students that participate in alternate, adaptive, and functional curriculum programs that have a varied level of abilities. So here at the Big Feet Meet, they have the opportunity to participate in so many games. And the purpose of this event is for them to feel included, accepted, and be a part of all the amazing things that we have to offer here in Suffolk Public Schools. We're here also in partnership with ROTC, the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, and the Special Olympics of Virginia. And again, it's all to be inclusive, to show our togetherness, and really just to ensure that our students know that they are loved and accepted.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paper boy, evening TV. Did I get delivered here? Somebody tell me, please, this old world's confusing me. Clouds as mean as you've ever seen. Ain't a bird who knows your tune. Then a little voice inside you whisper, kid, don't sell your dreams so soon. Everywhere you look, everywhere's a heart, I hear to hold on to. Everywhere you look, everywhere's a place. Somebody who needs you. Everywhere you look. When you're lost out there and you're all alone, light is waiting to carry you home. Everywhere you look. Everywhere you look.
SIPA itself is unique. It has different specialty classes that you can take that you cannot take at other schools. You can take choir classes and you can take guitar, but you cannot take like guitar the way we teach it with classical style. The choir classes are different. There's more performance activities and opportunities here at Lakeland.
There are a lot of opportunities for students to showcase their work and talents. Really, the opportunities hinge on our teachers providing those opportunities, and they do provide a ton.
So I feel like leadership and teamwork kind of work together, literally, in a sense, because we've had to do both and learn how to do both. So I definitely say that skill and both of those things you could use for anything in your life, specifically in a music career. So I definitely think those two things are what I learned most and would definitely help me in the future.
We have had music competitions where we won every single music composition award.
Last year I went to Music in the Parks at Kings Dominion. We scored superior and we were first place overall for the choirs.
I know what I'm doing in this program. Like, it feels like I know where I'm going. I know who I'm doing this with. I know why we're doing this, and I know that it's great. I think that we're just genuinely pushing ourselves to do better, become better people, learn more, experience more, have more fun, which are all great things. So I definitely say it's increased my confidence a lot. And it's been an amazing journey so far.
For more information about the Center for Performing and Production Arts at Lakeland or any of Suffolk Public Schools K-12 Fine and Performing Arts programs, please call 757-925-6750 or go to our website, spsk12.net. We look forward to hearing from you, and we cannot wait to work with the future creators.
Every day, children around the world face the harsh reality of bullying. Bullying inflicts emotional wounds that can last a lifetime. It diminishes a child's confidence and self-worth, leaving scars beyond the playground.
It was heartbreaking to realize our daughter was suffering silently.
create a safe, bully-free environment for every child. Your involvement matters. If you suspect your child has been bullied, please immediately report it to your school's administration team. Reporting can be done anonymously through our Suffolk Public Schools bullying hotline at 757-538-5483 or by completing our SPS bullying complaint form found on our division's website. Together, we can make a lasting difference.
Congratulations to the remarkable group of 64 Suffolk Public Schools chorus students who earned spots in the 2025 District Choir. These talented students were chosen through a rigorous audition process, competing against singers from Chesapeake, Isle of Wight, Portsmouth, and beyond. Their achievement in the Virginia Music Education Association District Choir highlights the strength and growth of our music programs here at Suffolk Public Schools. This record number of selections is a testament to the dedication and excellence within our district's music and arts program, which play a vital role in maintaining Suffolk's recognition as a best community for music education.
Good evening. We are calling to order the February 13th, 2025 business meeting of Suffolk City School Board. At this time, Board Member Fields is going to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance, so would you please stand?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Thank you. At this time, we will recognize a moment of silence. Thank you. Our mission statement will be read by Board Member Brittingham.
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently managing capital and human resources, and effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you. Moving down the agenda now, we have action item in regard to our closed meeting. I will need a motion regarding that meeting. Yes, ma'am.
I move that the decision involving Student Appeal 2425-9SA be revised and that the student receive at-home education services for the remainder of the third 9 weeks grading period. And at the beginning of the fourth 9-week grading period, the Office of Student Services will be allowed to consider allowing the student to receive educational services at Turlington Woods schools, provided 1, during the current third 9-week grading period, the parent would have enrolled and began receiving intensive in-home counseling services, and 2, upon enrollment at the Turlington Woods School, the family and student agree to receive therapeutic day services.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Dr. Brittingham and seconded by Board Member Fields. Is there any need for discussion? Ready for the vote?
Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Abstain.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda, are public speakers regarding our agenda topics. So I will defer to Ms. Gardner. Oh, I skipped right over the approval of the agenda. I apologize. I'm trying to get y'all out of here before 9. So do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair McGee and a second by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion? Yes, Mr. Riddick.
Testing 1, 2. All right, there we go. I'm just double checking over the agenda, and I apologize at the risk of being redundant. But the legislative committee report, info action, with the recommendation of the legislative committee, has that been?
It would have to be added at this moment, so I would need a motion to be amended if we're going to do that.
Vice Chair McGee, if possible, could you amend your motion to allow the legislative committee report to be added as information action?
I'll make a motion to amend that motion to add the legislative committee report for info action.
Okay, so the amended motion has been made and seconded by the same people. Is there discussion at this time?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
One of the concerns I have regarding the legislative report, we received it Monday. It wasn't posted publicly for a lot of my constituents to take a look at it. I would like to see if we could have some more time before this report is voted on tonight to allow the public to review it, to see and read each bill that we're presenting tonight for a vote.
Other comments? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, to provide context to the board as well as to the general public as to why this amendment is being requested to be added to the agenda. When the legislative committee met, it was already, the agenda had already been pretty much finalized. Due to the fact of the time constraints we are on with the Virginia General Assembly, we don't really have the leisure to really wait. So the legislative committee, we reviewed the bills from the House as well as the bills from the State Senate, and a group of 3 independent thinkers went through each bill, asked questions. We made our recommendation as a committee. Some decisions or recommendations were unanimous, some were not. And what we have proposed to you today is just a letter with what we recommend from the legislative committee that has been delegated to us by the board, is what we're recommending that we send to our state legislators to support or oppose. And this is our position. We believe that our stances that we took at the time we made the motions are in the best interest of Suffolk City Public Schools and our day-to-day operations as our students as far as furthering their education.
Okay, I have a question possibly for the attorney. I understand we need to move on this before General Assembly concludes. Is it a compromise to discuss and dive into this report at our February 27th meeting, or do you have a timeline in mind when we would need to have this letter submitted if that's how the will of the board moves?
Well, you could certainly delay it until your 27th meeting. Just one comment about the making the legislative packet available at the time the original agenda was published. There is no requirement that the agenda items be published at the same time. It's just that they need to be made available. Going back to your original question about the postponing until the 27th, certainly you can do that and it would not be a problem.
So it will not interfere with, likely, with the time that these will be dealt with in General Assembly?
Well, I can't say because a lot of these bills are now in various houses. And of course, before any bill can be finalized, it has to be approved by both houses. So I can't say for certain that none of these bills will be approved and ready for the governor's signature before the 27th. However, if that should happen, those bills that have been authorized for the governor to consider, I would suggest that you will not consider those because there will be no need to consider them because they've already made their way through both houses.
Okay, so currently the motion on the floor is to approve the agenda, adding the legislative report for info and possible action. I will take suggestions. One, and obviously I can't make this motion or this choice, is we keep it there for info and we table action until the next meeting, or we will have, if that's not a choice, then we either vote on the motion on the table or it needs to be amended again. Mr. Riddick.
Madam Chair, my recommendation is that you leave it as the motion states, as info action, where it gives us the opportunity to take action. If it's the pleasure of the board to vote it up or down, that will be the vote of the board at that time. I don't want us to roll the dice that the General Assembly will delay certain things. Some bills that we have made recommendations have already passed the House and it's now into the Senate. Some bills have already passed the Senate and it's now into the House. And all it needs in order to go into the governor is to be passed in the vice versa part of government. So time is something that we really don't have. I understand it's an uncomfortable position to be in. It was uncomfortable for us to sit for those 4 staking hours to go through all of those bills. And we went through this, Board Member Fields and myself, along with Attorney Waller. We went through it bill by bill, Everybody was allowed to ask their questions. Even we had some minor debates about certain things in there, and it was very respectful and forthcoming. It was a fruitful legislative meeting, and it's my recommendation that we just move forward with the item that is as it is tabled on the floor.
Madam Chair. Yes.
I don't mean to counter what my colleague is saying here. I certainly want to admit that I am very grateful for Attorney Waller and the Legislative Committee that met last week to go over these bills. We did painstakingly go through them, and I will admit that it was overwhelming and quite intense because we had quite a binder. My preference would be to move it to February 27th. And my reasoning behind that is because we are a committee of 3 that represent this board. And 3 of us talked and went through these bills, I will say extensively but briefly all at the same time, because we did the overviews of the bills. So in many of the bills, there were 2 out of 3 of us that approved the supporting of a bill or even the opposition of a bill. My concern is that the rest of the board, who would be voting in conjunction with us, received the bills this week to look at. And I know it's not a lot of time to look at it. Additionally, one of the things that has been weighing on me this week is the weight of making recommendations to the General Assembly for these bills. There's quite a responsibility on that, and it really fell on the 3 of us without the support of the rest of the board. Additionally, we didn't have any public input to weigh in, and so it's not really Kim Slingluff's opinion on these bills, whether we should promote them, but I'm representing my borough, and I don't have any feedback on these bills, so I feel a little uneasy with pushing these bills forward at this point.
Mr. McGee, do you have any input since you made the original motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to keep with the original motion, and we can have further discussion once we get to the agenda.
Okay. So just to reiterate, the motion on the floor is to approve the agenda with the addition of a legislative report under new business at the end for info and possible action, at which time we'll continue this discussion. Is that clear to everyone? We have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. Are we ready to vote? Okay.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins? Yes. I'm sorry? Yes. Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Birmingham? Yes. I'm sorry? Yes. Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Now, public speakers on agenda topics. And Ms. Gardner, I believe you have some information for us.
Board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comments as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area and waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Dr. Deborah Wallstrom regarding resolution for board members to attend City Council's Education Committee.
Members, tonight I will address the resolution for board members to attend the city's educational committee. It's been a number of years coming, so for whomever got this on the agenda tonight, good for you. While I'm thrilled to see the board as willing to serve on the city's educational committee, I can't give a hall pass to how the resolution is written. The resolution is written screams that someone will attend, but you're not happy about it, and you'll do what is necessary to make this a sham appointment rather than one that is respected and coincidental. In the whereas and the wherefores, you acknowledge the existence of the city's educational committee. You reference the city code that formally establishes the committee as a channel of communication between the city and its school division. You even concede that this is a laudable goal, perhaps even one worth pursuing. But then comes the twist of the knife. You remind us that on April 7th, 2022, the board rejected the idea of appointing representatives to the city's education committee, effectively snubbing the city. And in this resolution, you claim to have changed your mind. But have you changed your mind? It doesn't appear so based on what is stated in the resolution. After claiming that you never really wanted to be a part of the committee, you go further, stressing, once again, that this is not a school board committee and those appointed will have no delegated responsibilities. And just in case that wasn't clear enough, you reiterate that this is not and will never be a standing or special committee of the board. At what point does this resolution stop being a convoluted exercise in distancing and instead become what it should have been from the start? A straightforward appointment of 2 board members to serve on the city's education committee, just as you do with WHRO and the Governor's School for the Arts. Why not simply recognize the importance of representation, make the appointments, and move forward in the spirit of collaboration without the unnecessary hedging and reminders of past decisions? I urge you to appoint school board members to the city committee, just as you do for other committees, without the bubble speak in the current resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving on, we have the consent agenda before us, so I will need a motion.
Chair,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
move that we approve the consent agenda with the removal of the bills and payroll to new business, as well as the personnel report to new business.
Bills and payroll and personnel report? Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Oh, we're ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove? Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee? Yes. Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Looking down the agenda, we have no unfinished business for the evening, so we have already arrived at new business. We have a couple of ordinances to look at for info and possible action, and then several resolutions followed by some discussion. So I will entertain a motion if there is one about the first ordinance.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve ordinance 2024-25-81, an ordinance adding Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.7.01, entitled Special Committee Created to Make Certain Recommendations, Duties Listed, Written Report Required of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board. First reading and adoption.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, the motion has been made by Board Member Slingluff and seconded by Vice Chair McGee. Is there any discussion? With there being no discussion, are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, considering that motion passed and it's, the duty is upon the chair to appoint this committee now, I will go ahead and do that, having had discussion last month with all board members about their availability. My first request is of Board Member Brittingham and Board Member Riddick, since you have been vocal in taking the initiative on your concerns about our committees, are you still available to serve on this committee? Okay, so those are two of my appointees. I also ask Karen Jenkins, are you available? Okay, and then having spoken with the attorney, because this committee now has a deadline for work to be completed, in the interest of efficiency and expediting the need for an organizational meeting, the attorney advised me it is within my means as chair to also go ahead and appoint a chair of this committee so we can get on the work that needs to be done as is spelled out in the policy. So I recommend appointing Karen Jenkins as the chair of the special just established tonight. Number 2 under new business is another ordinance. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve ordinance 2024/25-82, an ordinance amending Chapter 9, Article 11, Section 9-11.6, entitled General Statement of Policy, Superintendent to develop regulations, notice requirement of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board, first reading and adoption.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Slingluff and seconded by Vice Chair McGee. Is there any discussion on this ordinance? Any questions? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slingluff?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Items 3 through 6 are resolutions. If anyone would like to take the lead on those motions, to either approve or disapprove,
I move to approve items 3 through 6.
or to take them collectively?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so he moved to take them collectively. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, we have a second now. Is there discussion?
Yes, I'd like to remove the number 3 resolution to be taken separately.
Okay. Any other discussion? No. Board Member Riddick, are you okay with amending your motion to just handle number 3 by itself and then jump to 4 through 6? Sure. Okay.
So I move to approve Resolution 24/25-5, and I also move to approve separately Resolutions 24/25-16 through Resolutions 24/25-18.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Okay, can we just take number 3? And then I'll defer to you to take the
All
group.
right, so I'll slow it down.
Just do number
I
3.
got you. We can't walk it. All right, so I move to approve. I move to approve Resolution 24/25-15.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Riddick and seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Is there any discussion?
I wanted to remove that separately.
Okay, it is removed separately, and now it's on the floor to be approved.
Okay.
So now would be the discussion.
I'm not willing to vote in the affirmative on this. I do not believe that having policy services through VSBA is where a lot of money tied up in this. And as far as I'm concerned, the cost benefit of this, I don't believe is in the favor of the board to continue with these policy services.
Any other discussion?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
So with that being said, what would be your suggestion? Because you have gone through the training and the academy part and all that. So what would be your suggestion? Because we've been doing this for a while and we really haven't had a problem, so.
My suggestion would be is that we don't spend, $12,500 a year for somebody to write policy for us. I think that we are very capable of being able to do those things on our own. We have a very capable attorney. I don't think that we need to spend the money to have VSBA do this for us. I think that we are competent in the ability to look at policy and review policy and amend policy and craft policy. Certainly, we want to make sure that we are lining that up against Virginia code. We have a lawyer that can help us do that, but there's no need for us to spend $12,500 a year doing that.
Is that part of it?
I'm sorry, repeat what you said?
I was asking, does that include like the training that we go to, or?
My understanding is this speaks specifically to VSBA offering us policy writing services, not to our training, but I will defer to the attorney. Do you have clarification on that?
The policy services is only $3,750. I'm not sure where the 12 comes from, but for this service here, the policy services from VSBA is $3,750. And let me just say this in terms of what the benefit is of the policy services from VSBA. It's a way to have policies that are somewhat consistent. VSBA will stand behind it, assuming that we haven't modified their policy.
May I ask a question to follow that up? To what extent do we modify? Because I know we do.
We do. We do quite a bit.
So does that disqualify us from their coverage, if you will, by how we have modified them in the past?
It probably will. I'm pretty sure that it will. However, we still have coverage through our carrier.
Gordon?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So to kind of piggyback on what Ms. Jenkins I think she was referring to, anytime where there are major VSBA updates, which usually take place in October, February, and sometimes May, February, depending on what's happening in the General Assembly, the professional learning or access for training that Ms. Jenkins is referring to is the webinar updates that are provided by the legal team, Elizabeth Ewing, at the Virginia School Board Association. That is something that I have attended, that Mr. Waller has attended, as well as any of the legal authorities in any of our school divisions that have the contracts with the Virginia School Board Association. And many times the feedback that comes out of those webinars leads to the adjustments that we have in some of our policies. One of the things that we do know is there can be minor adjustments, but if the policy is still in alignment, you will be protected, and that's some of the information that Mr. Waller was sharing. So the webinars that occur 2 to 3 times a year, the legal support from that, as well as the overall access when there's questions, is something that kind of comes down and falls under that professional learning category.
Thank you. Board Member Brittingham, can you tell me where you got the figure that you were quoting?
I think that it was the total package for VSBA that I saw
Okay.
in our bills and
Yeah,
payroll.
that's
So
our membership.
I apologize for that.
Okay.
I have issues with VSBA altogether, but right now for the policy writing services. I just don't believe that we need to have this. And now, after hearing the discussion and hearing what Attorney Waller said, if we're modifying our policy anyway where they may or may not stand behind us, we have additional insurance that we pay for, that if we needed help with a situation where our policy, we had a situation where the school division was sued and had to do with our policy. We have insurance that covers that. So I'm not really sure why we are paying the $3,700 plus if that is the possibility anyway, that what we're doing with our policy revisions could potentially fall outside of what VSBA would support us or defend us for.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Board Member Slingloff?
May I ask the attorney a question?
Of course.
Attorney Waller, what percentage would you say of the policies that VSBA gives us, what percentage would you say are directly related to Virginia Code changes?
I would guess about 60%.
About 40% would be recommendations that they have for school divisions.
Right, I would say about 40% would be discretionary.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So to follow up with that 40%, that's being influenced by this organization?
I would imagine, because they have a group of people that develop policies. So I would say yes, it probably is influenced by that organization. The other thing to keep in mind is that whenever I present policies to you, I indicate to you whether or not it's required or whether or not it's discretionary. And you get a chance to then, as a board, to exercise your discretion as to whether or not you think it's a good policy for this school division.
And follow up to that,
Yes, sir.
I'm sure there are other organizations out there that offer similar services for school boards. So has the board ever looked at other organizations?
I don't have the answer to that, and I don't know what other organizations offer. I mean, I would defer to Board Member Jenkins and Riddick, who preceded me on this board.
I'll be glad to take that one, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Last year, we received an outstanding presentation by former board member Dr. Brooks Buck that did a compare and contrast from all organizations. It was very thorough. It was a report that was given. VSBA may not be everyone's flavor, but VSBA is the measuring stick regionally. As far as Region 2, which is 11 cities that is in our region that we work with, statewide. Just as Attorney Wallace said, it brings uniformity to our state. When they send recommendations down, we have the pleasure of voting up or down. It's pretty much, the way I look at it, it's a subscription of policy templates, of their recommendations. We can either adjust, keep the same, or flat out reject if it's not code. And even if we flat out reject, we can then direct our policy review committee to, and all policies have to be reviewed by the policy review committee. I think to not purchase this service with the reasons that has been given today is kind of premature. I believe that there's no real substance not to. This is, I'm gonna just call it for what I see it as. It's a push to possibly even withdraw from VSBA for personal reasons. So these committees and policies that are being referred from VSBA, it's not partisan, but they are not always to all of our likening. But the strength is being in the unit. That's where your protection is. If a school division in this area is facing a lawsuit from a policy that was recommended by VSBA, then we can watch and we can know how to maneuver, we know how to pivot, and we know how to go from there. This is 1 year subscription. It's $3,750. We can either table it to the 27th meeting and give board members to research and come back with recommendations, or we can do what I'm ready to do and vote on it tonight, because it's a benefit to have additional information to look at and compare to see how you're modeling yours. Is it the same across? Because when we look at the schools in our region, all of us are not going through the same situations at the same time. So certain things vary from school district to school district. So the report that you asked about, Vice Chair McGee, it is in the minutes. Dr. Brooks Buck gave it, I want to say, November of last year, when we were deciding to renew our membership with either VSBA, which comes with membership in COSPA, or the NSBA. She looked at the newer ones that are coming up. And VSBA has been around and has been vetted. It's a proven name.
Madam Chair, Mr. Riddick, I appreciate your dialogue. I guess, for me is the thought of everyone in the area is doing that. I don't believe our kids should be influenced by outside, organizations. I'm more concerned about what do the folks here in Suffolk want for our children. If 60% of what the VSBA is providing us is state law, we're going to have to do that no matter what, correct? So when I hear this, I feel like that the money we're paying is for the 40% of policy that's being influenced by whatever's driving the VSBA at that time.
Is there anyone else before I ask a couple questions? Okay, Attorney Waller, subjectively, somewhat, I guess, if this service were not in place as it has been since I've been on the board, what do you anticipate the impact would be on the Policy Review Committee and your work for us as our school board attorney?
It would place an enormous burden on me as a one-man office. Keep in mind that, and as the Legislative Committee understands now, General Assembly is very active when it comes to school matters. And that would require someone to look at every piece of legislation coming down from the Virginia General Assembly, and then determining how that impacts school operations, and then craft a policy each time. That would be an enormous undertaking. And it's something that my office could not do by itself. VSBA gives us a starting point without having to do all of that research ourselves, because they let us know these are the changes that have happened in the General Assembly, and these are matters that impact public education.
Okay. I just have one final comment, and then I'm going to call for the vote. As I've sat here and listened to both sides of it, weighing it in my mind, my attention is drawn back again to January 7th, where we voted for collectively a $35,000 raise, what will be if we each, receive $5,000 raise. And what I struggle with is to then battle over equipping our schools to have the second meeting we also voted on with the screens and materials they need, and then grappling over the services our employees need to support us to do the job we just gave ourselves a raise to do. So that's just my final point. I think at this time we're all ready to vote. We're pretty locked in on what we think.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Motion again?
Board Member Riddick moved, and it was seconded by Board Member Jenkins to approve Resolution 24/25-15.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Mr. Riddick, if you would like to take items 4 through 7 collectively, I don't believe there is any contesting to that.
I move to approve items 4 through 7 collectively.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Riddick and approved by Board Member Brittingham. Seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any discussion on those resolutions? We are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Item number 8 under new business is a discussion for info action of an audit committee. So I will begin with the board member that made that request of this agenda, Board Member Brittingham.
Madam Chair. So I would like to make a motion that the board move to appoint an audit committee comprised of 3 board members to research auditing firms that conduct a thorough, deep, and exhaustive financial audit. And the reason for that is this. Every organization goes through a deep dive every 5 years. That's just best practices in the industry. And so I would like to see us conducting best practices in Suffolk Public Schools. I would like to see us put together a committee of 3 board members that are dedicated to doing that research, bringing that research back to the board, and then having the board make a decision based on 3 or more recommendations that this committee brings forward to us.
So if you could just restate your motion since you put one on the floor, just concisely.
I will email it to I move that the board appoint an audit committee comprised of 3 board members to research auditing firms that conduct thorough, deep, and exhaustive financial audits.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Brittingham, seconded by Vice Chair McGee. Now we'll allow for discussion if there is any.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Riddick?
I understand the idea of the recommendation, but I believe it is reinventing the wheel for something that already exists within SPS. We have a finance committee. The finance committee deals with audits and auditing procedure. And we just had a finance meeting of which Board Member Brittingham and myself are members of the finance committee, and that's one of our functions. I think it would be redundant to create a committee to do something that a committee already exists and is already established with parameters that they're scheduled. And I'm not going to get ahead of my finance report, but our audit that we go through as a school division, we don't select the auditors. We have no influence. We're in the room when they're discussing, but we have no influence on the selection. That is actually done by our municipal governing body. The city council chooses who will be our auditors. So my recommendation is that the board vote this down and you just add that if that's a desire of the board to do an audit, then you vote that way and allow the finance committee to move forward with that directive to come back to the board with what we suggest.
For clarity, is your suggestion then that the directive is issued to the finance committee to research audits?
Yes, because that's what we do anyway.
Okay. Board Member Jenkins?
I just want clarity as I think you announced that our audits have been good. We haven't had an issue. So how deep are our audits now that we need to dive deeper? I'm just trying to figure out, because it says we need to dig deeper. So what is it that we're missing when we do have our audits?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to steal Mr. Riddick's thunder because I know that he's going to go over
I'm
some of
sorry.
this.
I didn't
No,
know.
no, but it's fine. He's going to go over some of this because there are 3 levels that Ms. Forsman explained that occur. And the audits that do occur on both the school division and the city side are auditing the process. It's auditing the process, it's random selection of windows of time, of purchases, of receipts, and they go through several of them. And they look at the federal side, they look at money that came that's in the operating budget, they look at money that was appropriated by the state, et cetera. So I don't want to share any more than what Mr. Riddick is going to share, and then maybe after Mr. Riddick gives his report in finance, between Ms. Forsman and I, we can provide additional details. And as you stated, Ms. Jenkins, the school division has had 0 comments. Now, I understand the concept of, best practices, and I've had, several conversations with Vice Chair McGee about it, and several conversations with Mr. Riddick about it, and Ms. Howell, as we are trying to determine specifically what the board is looking for that doesn't already occur. So maybe we need to do a better job of, explaining some of it. But I do know that with a large portion of our money coming from the city, if we're auditing our funds, that means we are auditing the city's funds too. And this also means that the comments would have proven that our practices had flaws. And in at least the 5 years I've been here, but I think, and Ms. Forsman can correct me wrong, if I'm wrong, I think it's been longer than that we've had 0 comments. So this is the reason why I always say this is deeper than taking a look at, what the budget and finance team does, right? This is actually 21 principals, 21 bookkeepers, the entire budget and finance team, Cherry Beckert itself for their selection, and the process that actually works through the city. So I'm going to defer to Mr. Riddick when he does his finance committee report, and then I'll be able to provide, between myself and Ms. Forsman, additional information if what Mr. Riddick says doesn't cover maybe some of the questions that the rest of the board has.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I want to acknowledge what Dr. Gordon said. Thank you. He set up a meeting for myself with Ms. Forsman. Very detailed meeting on our auditing processes here in Suffolk for SPS. I've been public about this. One of the reasons I made this a campaign issue when I was campaigning for my position on the board was the feedback I was receiving from citizens across the Whaleville Borough. Not just in the countryside, I received them in the airport district, Booker T, Saratoga neighborhoods, and Hollywood. I was told by multiple citizens over and over that there is a lot of mistrust on the way we are stewarding our money, that they don't believe our tax dollars are being spent that benefits their children, grandchildren, things along that line. So what I believe is the money that we take in as a board, the money that we get approved through the city, they're city funds, but they're your money. It's the money of taxpayers. It's our money. Our taxes are on the rise. We all are feeling the pain. Do I believe the audits we're doing right now are good? Yes. But can we do better? What can we do to earn the trust of our citizens? This is a concern. So my thought is, hey, we're doing good, but let's go deeper. Let's go better. Let's dig a little deeper. And I know Ms. Forsman in her presentation, like Dr. Gordon was talking about, the levels of audits, when she discussed the federal funding and the way the feds come in and audit their books, how deep, a deep dive, a very thorough. These are words that were used about those funds. I want to see something like that for city funds, because I want to say roughly 50 to 60% of the city's budget goes to SPS. This is not accusing anybody of wrongdoing. I believe Ms. Forsman and her financial team are doing an outstanding job. This is for the citizens of Suffolk to earn trust, and also for our city councilmen and women and the mayor and the city manager to allow them to know, hey, we're spending your dollars correctly. We're about to have a budget meeting here in a couple of weeks. This city's growing. Our schools are overcrowded. We're gonna need more funds and more help from the city eventually. So I think this is us offering an olive branch to the city and to the citizens of Suffolk. Hey, we have nothing to hide. We're gonna open our books. Will it be painful? Yes. Will it cause a little extra work? Yes. But this is what we owe you. This is your money. So that's why I feel like, hey, let's go a little deeper and put a committee together. Or I agree with Mr. Riddick. I'm good with the finance committee doing it. But we owe this to the citizens of Suffolk to ensure, hey, we are going to maintain transparency as a board. We have to approve this budget. And right now, as a board member, I do not feel comfortable putting my name to a budget where I do not see where the $250 million are going. I want to have comfort when I sign and vote to support this budget that, hey, yes, we're doing what's right. Not only an audit of, you know, and this is, I'm not trying to accuse anyone, but I want to see an audit of efficiency. Are we paying for things that we no longer need to pay for just because we've been doing it for years? There's a lot of money. $250 million for an annual budget is a lot of money. And I want to ensure we're doing the best we can.
Nursling Love.
So I just want to clarify again, this is a request to have a committee that's going to explore this as an option, contact, get some quotes, am I correct, or get some estimates, or find out for an audit. This is not a vote on whether we're going to do an audit. This is a vote on whether we're going to explore it, correct? So with that in mind, a question that I have, I agree with Vice Chair McGee in the fact that, you know, even since I was campaigning, there is a lot of distrust out there. I think that there is an element of wanting to build relationships with the community where that trust is being restored. But as a board, unless we know what that entails, what the process entails, what the cost would be, it's hard to make a decision, you know, to shoot it down. So again, as you've always said, it's important that we at least explore our options. If we want to investigate something, we can investigate it. The only other question that I have to that end is, has this, the school division ever been through a forensic audit, if you will, or a deep audit, if you will, that's not just processes, but is actually looking at the legitimate, the purchases and so forth to analyze it on the next layer?
The answer to that, Dr. Gordon, Wendy?
So, Ms. Forsman, I see you shaking your head. Yes, and I am so sorry to put you on the spot, to call you up to the podium, but one of the things that we talked about when we met with Ms. Fields and Mr. McGee is you really gave a thorough explanation of not only the different levels, but the auditor and what their work is. And I appreciate, before I turn the mic over to you, one of the concerns we have is that that's why Mr. McGee and I had the conversation about deep dive. Before I let you go, I hear Mr. Riddick calling me, so I got to turn it back over to the chair first. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I would like to say something before she speaks, because what you all are doing now is having a finance report without having the finance committee give you the report. So what I would like to interject and just say this, so whatever y'all decide to do is you're going to do, is people perish for the lack of knowledge. And because the finance committee is comprised of, well, traditionally 2 board members, you don't get the same thorough knowledge that those 2 board members who sit on the finance committee get. At our finance committee meeting, we were so intrigued by the information that we said, hey, this needs to be a work session so all board members could have a thorough understanding. Because the reports that Ms. Forsman is referencing when we're talking about finance and audits, it is a gigantic string of multiple individualized reports. I mean, it's very cut and dry. So my recommendation is, you know, if it's the pleasure of the board to explore audits, let's allow the finance committee to do what we are assigned to do, and we provide you with a recommendation, and then you vote up or down what we recommend or do direction from there. But we're doing a lot of discussion about something, and the report that you need hasn't even been given yet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Riddick.
Madam Chair, may I follow up on Mr. Riddick?
Go ahead.
Real fast. What I want to make clear, this has nothing to do with Ms. Forsman and the annual audit we're doing right now. This is something I think is needed for our citizens. And I want to correct my statement. When I was campaigning, not only did I hear that for school board, I heard it for local government, state government, federal. You know, there's a lot of mistrust right now across America. You know, people are feeling the pain. Our taxes are going up, home assessments are going up, and people want to make sure, not even folks that have a vested interest with kids or grandkids in the school. I've talked to people who retired military. They have no children. And they want to make sure their dollars are being stewarded correctly. And I want to, you know, the direction I want to go with this for Mr. Riddick is, right now, this is going to be, you know, an exploration, doing research, taking a look at what we're doing, and is there a process or an audit that's out there that we can do that's a little more deeper, that can look at effectiveness, efficiencies, to make sure the money's, you know, we're spending. Not just to make sure all the numbers match, but are we efficient with our spending? And it might not, I don't want to use the word that Dr. Gordon used, the forensic. It might not be that, you know? It might just be a more thorough audit. But again, it has, my intention behind this is nothing to do with Ms. Forsman, with Dr. Gordon, or anyone else who has the authority to spend money for the city or Suffolk Public Schools. My reasoning for this is I believe we owe it to our citizens, because it's their dollars at the end of the day. And I want them to realize that, hey, we are doing what's right with their dollars. And I think we owe it to our city councilman, our mayor, and our city manager as well.
Mr. McGee, I'm going to ask Dr. Gordon, do you want to have Wendy answer the question, or do you want to wait until the finance report and then participate in that? What's your preference there, both of you? Because I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have I'm sorry. I think I'm going to have you wait until the finance report. Because
Don't go far.
Yeah, because I think Mr. Riddick's point is
It's
valid.
next.
I think that after they hear some of the things that Dr. Brittingham, Mr. McGee, and Mr. Riddick learned or experienced, then if there's additional questions, then that's where we can lean on our expert.
Okay, so just to summarize and regroup to get to the point of a vote, there's a motion on the floor to create a temporary audit committee to look into a financial audit beyond what we do annually. There's more detail in the motion than that. It's been moved, it's been seconded, it's also been suggested that the finance committee is just directed to do that work rather than establishing a separate committee. So unless the original motion from Board Member Brittingham changes, we have a motion on the floor that we need to vote on. Board Member Brittingham, any adjustments? Are we ready to vote?
I think we're ready to vote.
Okay. So we're voting on whether or not to establish a temporary audit committee.
Like for me to reread the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Board Member Dr. Brittingham moved, and Board Member Vice Chair Sean McGee seconded the motion that the board appoint an audit committee comprised of 3 board members to research auditing firms that conduct thorough, deep, and exhaustive financial audits.
Madam Chair, I'd like to have discussion on amending the motion.
Just to be clear, can we do?
Yes, you can.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm good with Mr. Riddick's suggestion. If we already have a three-person committee right now, and their responsibility is audits, I have no issue giving this task to them to bring back their findings to the board. And if their findings aren't what we're looking for, we can always go back and reassess. But I'm in agreement. We do not need to reinvent the wheel and create a separate committee.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just have one quick question. Am I correct that the Finance Committee would be yourself, Mr. Riddick, and Dr. Brittingham? Is
Yes.
that correct? And you just assigned Mr. Riddick and Dr. Brittingham to another committee?
Yes.
That would be my only concern, doubling up on those committees right now, and that's my only hesitation.
Budget season. Okay, we still have a motion on the floor, so let's go ahead and vote on that motion respectfully. There's been plenty of dialogue. It's either up or down, and then we move on from there.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Can you repeat the motion?
Sure. Okay. Board Member Dr. Brittingham moved, and it was seconded by Vice Chair McGee. She moved that the board appoint an audit committee comprised of 3 board members to research auditing firms that conduct thorough, deep, and exhaustive financial audits.
No.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
No.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion failed.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
is it possible to make another motion that Dr. Brittingham just made, but to appoint it to the Finance Committee and to try that route?
Yes, you can, because the earlier motion failed.
All right, well, then I will make a motion that the board direct the Finance Committee to research auditing firms that conduct thorough, deep, and exhaustive financial audits.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Brittingham, basically the same motion before, but adding the wording direct the Finance Committee. And seconded, I believe, by Board Member Riddick. Do we need further discussion? Okay, we are ready to vote when you are.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Board Member Jenkins?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
No.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, item number 9. We should have, anyway. Item number 9, Finance Committee report provided by Board Chair Riddick.
Committee. The moment that everybody has been waiting for. Please excuse me if my mic go in and out. Sometimes my voice go up and down and it's volume control, so it's not me turning it off. I want to put that disclaimer out there. But let's dive right into it. Suffolk City Public School Board Finance Committee meeting minutes, Monday, February 2nd, 2025. Meeting location, conference room, school administrative office. Board members present, Board members Riddick, Board members Dr. Brittingham and Vice Chair McGee. Staff members present, Dr. Gordon, Superintendent of Schools, Ms. Wendy Forsman, Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Porter, who is one of our outstanding finance members in our finance team, Mr. Carr, also one of our finance members in our finance team. Please forgive me because I forgot to write down your official positions. We had two citizens in attendance at that meeting. The meeting was called to order at 5:02 p.m. by board member, by committee. That time Board Member Riddick. The charge to the committee was given by Board Member Riddick as it is in accordance with our Suffolk Public Schools policy. He outlined the roles and responsibilities of the Finance Committee. Board Member Riddick turned the floor over to Dr. Gordon for the nomination and selections process of the committee chair. Vice Chair McGee nominated Board Member Riddick for committee chair. Board Member Brittingham seconded the nomination. Board Member Riddick accepted the nomination. Upon acceptance of the nomination, Board Member Riddick resumed facilitation of the meeting. Now let's dive into the good stuff. What I said earlier is true. People perish for the lack of knowledge. When you don't have the information, it is easy to believe whatever narrative reach you at that time. This is one reason why in times past, we have asked for a community citizens academy to explain how our school division work. So in this meeting, we received an in-depth report by our Chief Financial Officer and Dr. Gordon on how our finances operate. Item number 2 on our agenda was the overview of the audit process for both activity in our day-to-day fund. We talked about our 3 tiers, 3 layers. The yellow book talks about the federal. The federal looks at all fund reports. They decide all major funds that are compared to Tier 1, Tier 3, Title 1, Title 3, Title 9, ESSERs, CARES. They look for allowables under the federal government and make sure that we're spending the money the way we said we would spend it. Make sure that the purchase requisitions match what we said. They check everything. I even shared some insight of my experience in one of my former roles in another division in participating in an audit of this caliber. It is very detailed. They look at random samples. They make sure we are that we are in compliance with our Virginia Procurement Act. They look at the cash, the way we how we handle cash and everything, the school activities. They look at bank statements. They look at our sheets. They look at our fundraising activity sheets. And one thing that Ms. Forsman did point out that stood out to us is they can call her office and say, we need the activity sheets for January 17, 2023. I want to see the bank statements for January, which is not coming from us. It is coming from our bank that we bank with. So it's our report versus an external agency report. And they compare those 2 reports to make sure they match up. So when we say we're looking at reports, it's really not a numbers game. Does this match that? They are checking that we control. They are looking at external agencies that we do not have any type of influence to manipulate, to alter in any way. So they call Bank of America, give me your information. They ask Ms. Forsman for information. They look at the requisitions. They go to the actual schools and look at their reports as well, and they check to make sure all reports balance. Okay? They look at our state report, and the way our audit is done is based off the state code. It is nothing special that we select or the city of Suffolk select. And as you see, the state does not recognize middle school. So they 2/3 elementary and 1/3 high, and they look at how we break down all of those figures. And this is due by the 15th of September. As far as our final report, when all of our books close out, we have 45 days after June to make sure that all of our bills are paid, everything is closed out properly. And when the state come in by September 15th and we have to submit it, it's submitting to their portal and they make sure everything is correct. So when we say an audit with no concerns, that's giving into account all of that information. What the Finance Committee is suggesting to the chair and this board is that we have a work session where any of those citizens or any community stakeholder who have concerns or just want to know how we operate and how we handle our day-to-day finances, you can see the presentation, you can see the slides, and you can see the number of different reports that are compiled from persons at different levels and from external sources, and see how a plethora of reports all come together to make one big cumulative report. We talked about our internal controls. I had the opportunity to serve on the audit group that was facilitating the audit when I came to the board, And being a In Touch school board member out in the community, I was given a list of information. Hey, this is what's happening. They are taking from here, they're doing from there. I gave that information over to the auditors. They looked at and said, Mr. Riddick, everything is clean. Your internal controls are outstanding. And I didn't fully grasp what they were saying until I went through this presentation again. And when you look at our internal controls, and I'm gonna use some names as an example, please don't beat me up after the meeting, but this is just for example purposes. Let's say we have an elementary school principal who wants to do something for their school. Purchase requisition has to go in. We don't just spend money because we got it. It has to go in. It has to line up with their budget or what they said they was going to use the funds for. Before it even makes it to the finance committee, the principal has to sign off on it. It has to go to our chief of elementary education, Dr. Pichon. I don't know if I can call her name. It has to go to Dr. Pichon. She will then sign off on it. And once she signs off on it, then it goes to the finance department. Once it has reached the finance department, someone in finance look at it prior to our chief financial officer. After that person look at it, and at any point of reviewing, it can be rejected and sent back for corrections. So once it makes it to the first layer in our finance office, they approve it, and then from there it goes to, I almost called you Dr. Foreman, it goes to our chief financial officer, Ms. Foreman. She look at it. And depending on the threshold, it will then go to our school superintendent. So those are multiple layers that we have of controls in our system. We are moving away from cash. I believe we're actually cashless. We're moving away from cash. Right now, with our athletic programs, we are encouraging everybody to buy tickets online, so we're not handling cash. So everything is properly documented by an external agency who report to us with their report. So it's just like you use Cash App. You can't go in and alter your report. When they send you your monthly usage statement, it is what it is. You can't fudge the numbers unless you falsify a document or a public record, which is a whole slew of different allegations. Our external and internal controls are outstanding. It's a lot of layers of support and vetting going on. At the end, if there's anything, we have to then accept for budget transfers. They just can't move funds around with no oversight without going through the same different layers and the same different vetting processes. It has to be approved. And that's a whole nother different layer of control. That's why I'm recommending that our board bring this presentation back to the full school board as well as to our citizens. So if anyone have any concerns, you can see the information for yourself, and maybe we can have a Q&A box where you can write your questions down, and at a later time we can respond after you've seen the presentation. But when you don't have the information, it is easy to believe misinformation. And I'm not saying anyone is being intentional with misinformation. I just believe that put it out on Front Street, let everybody see it. And that was the belief of the committee when we met. Vice Chair McGee, Board Member Brittingham, we all agreed that, hey, this needs to come to our school board, and everyone needs to see this information, and our citizens need to see this information as well. A lot. So we talked about our budget book. And we talked about why our budget book and our reports, as far as our bills and payrolls and things, why they look the way it looks. And the reason is because it's the way the state says it needs to look. It goes in line with what the state requires. We also discussed our sports, and we talked about the disparity. I mean, this meeting we unpacked a lot in this meeting. We talked about why is it, baseball don't have as much money as football, or why soccer and field hockey don't have the finances as basketball. And when we received the answer and we looked at the information as Ms. Forsman was presenting, the money generators for the school that has to support and sustain majority of the athletic department is football and basketball. We talked about our replacement calendar as far as uniform, as far as the marching band. It's usually on a 12-year cycle, if I'm correct. Faster than that now. What is it?
10 years.
10 years. A 10-year cycle as far as replacement, as far as uniform. We talked about how our band directors have gotten creative so we don't put a overwear and tear on our uniforms. But you see them in the parades, they have the T-shirts and the windbreaker uniform on. Those options are put in place to help stretch the uniform. We talked about the matrix that was used to calculate when Dr. Gordon is doing his budget, because what we want is equity in our budgeting. And we talked about that as far as in making sure we have enough finances available to provide for things. And Dr. Gordon used for an example, because I brought up the band, how he comes up with a figure per student so we can equip and uniform the entire student as far as band uniform. And what a lot of people get confused when they talk about, why does my band have to fundraise and fundraise and fundraise, is we pay for the uniform, but what you're paying for is the add-ons, which we have that nice, maroon and gold for Kings Fork, and red and black for Lakeland, blue and white for Nats, and for Lakeland, and red and black for Nansemond River. Excuse me, getting older. But you see our bands change. You see the flags. You see a lot of different moving pieces. We then even dove into why the booster clubs, parent booster clubs, are not allowed to do concessions at the games anymore. Because that was a number of complaints that I received. They took this from us, and we don't get any of the money. It's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair. What was happening is that there were some booster programs who was hoarding their money. You would do a concession game, and because the boosters is not an entity of Suffolk City Public Schools, they do not have to disclose their financial intake or revenue income or expenditures with Suffolk City Schools. So what our administration did, they said, well, we're going to do it ourselves. And they added on as an additional responsibility to the bookkeeper, and that's how now we can track the revenues, and it can stay within the athletic department at the school versus if a PTA do it. The PTA has its own governance set of bylaws. They're autonomous. We can't tell them what to do. The school can have a need. The program can have a need. But if the PTA administration says we don't want to meet that need, there's nothing we can do but just not be members of the PTA. Okay. The Finance Committee decided that we don't want to meet just twice a year. We decided that we're going to increase our frequency of meetings, and we're going to meet quarterly, but at least 3 times a year. One in January, one in May, well, February, May, August. It's our time frame that we said, February, May, and August. What that allows us to do is be at the forefront of the developing budget, at the forefront of closing out the current fiscal year before the new fiscal year comes in, and where we can receive our final state report before it is submitted on September 15th, so that way we're all in the same loop. We have that information readily available. And that's where we were. Ms. Forsman, I don't believe I missed anything, but if I did, I welcome you or Dr. Gordon to chime in, but it was a very fruitful meeting. I believe the 2 citizens that were at the meeting are here now. The 3 board members are here now. All of us left excited. It was what we've been asking for as far as the additional information. We got it. The recommendation from the Finance Committee to the full board is that we have this as a work session item for Ms. Forsman and her team to come back to the full board and present this audit process and how it goes through, so you can actually see and ask your own questions that your stakeholders are asking you about individual reports if you have it. So when we say a deep dive audit, we know exactly what it's encompassed of. And I agree with Vice Chair McGee. You know, it's a lot. Taxes is going up, and there is legislation on that deals with finance as well. And there's a legislation to have a 1% tax, I believe, if I'm not correct on the number, that will go directly towards the school that is currently waiting on approval then to go to the governor's debt center. I'm made out of one house. So there's a lot of things going on in our political climate that impacts our financials as well as impact our day-to-day operation. Madam Chair, this concludes my presentation. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Board Member Riddick. Do any of the other board members have any brief comments or questions on that right now, or anything that you want? Would you prefer to hold it for your own board member business at the end? None? Okay. Did you still want Ms. Forsman to come up and, okay, you're off the hook for now. All right, moving on. What became number 10 under new business would be the legislative report, and that's info with possible action. We had a good bit of discussion on it when we were adding it to the agenda, so now I'm just gonna ask that Board Member Riddick, I believe, is giving that report as well. Just give us a succinct report, and then if there are recommendations, we can handle those.
Okay. The Legislative Committee meeting of Suffolk City Public Schools met on February 6, 2025 at 5 p.m. and we started off on in the 7th floor conference room. We had staff waiting in the lobby just in case any citizen or anyone wanted to come and attend the meeting, that they would be able to make it inside the building and go directly to where we were. The members that were in attendance is Board Member Fields, Board Member Slingluff, and myself. At that time, Board Member Riddick gave the charge of the Legislative Committee. We turned it over to Attorney Waller, so Attorney Waller could give his charge regarding the, not charge, but facilitate the nominations for committee chair. There was no overwhelming volunteering effort from anyone to serve as chair, and the lot fell on me, and I accept. It was a very intensive meeting. It was a four-hour meeting. We went through bill by bill, and we discussed them. Those bills that had already failed in one of the houses, we did not discuss because it would not make it to the governor's docket. But we went through the bills that we had, and each board member was allowed an opportunity to weigh in on their feelings about it. We discussed. There were some bills that made it through unanimous, and there were some bills that, we had split vote on. The recommendation, board members, is a lengthy packet. You have it before you. As far as the board recommendations, the Suffolk City School Board Legislative Committee recommends that the school board support House Bill 1674, House Bill 1788, House Bill 1805, and then we had a recommendation for House Bill 1806, but it has already passed the House and the Senate. That's why we were saying we can't wait, because this stuff moves fast. House Bill 1824, House Bill 1910, House Bill 2103, House Bill 2158, House Bill 2196, House Bill 2226, House Bill 2237, House Bill 2278, House Bill 2341, House Bill 2360. Another bill that also has passed since we met, that has passed the House and the Senate, is House Bill 2454. House Bill 2455 is another bill we recommend that the board support. House Bill 2460, House Bill 2471, House Bill 2538, House Bill 2590, House Bill 2601, House Bill 2606, House Bill 2637, House Bill 2640, House Bill 2679, House Bill 2686, House Bill 2718, House Bill 2720, House Bill 2765, House Bill 2774, House Bill 2777. The board recommended that we support the Senate bills, Senate Bill 1104, Senate Bill 1124, Senate Bill 1146, Senate Bill 1244. There's one bill that already came out of the Senate and is on its way to the House, which is Senate Bill 1320. And the other ones have already passed the Senate and is on its way to the House as well, but we recommend it for support, which was Senate Bill 1377, Senate Bill 1413, Senate Bill 1486, and Senate Bill 1491. The House bills that the school board opposed is House Bill 2195, and this is a bill that directs this is a bill that directs the board to establish a licensing requirement for mold inspections and mold remediation. This is the state bill. We oppose that one from the House. Senate bills opposed by the Legislative Committee is Senate Bill 738. This bill clarifies that violation of cell phone policies alone cannot constitute sufficient cause to suspend or expel a student from schools or for disruptive behavior, authorizing a teacher to remove a student from class. If there is an instance of disruptive behavior, it must be addressed in accordance with the Code of Conduct for students. Senate Bill 1030 is another one that the board opposed, and that was no student is permitted to be a participant on or try out for any school athletic team or squad unless the student has submitted to the school principal a signed report from a licensed physician, licensed advanced practice registered nurse, or a licensed physician assistant that within the preceding 14 months received a physical examination. The current law requires a physical within the preceding 12 months. We also oppose the Senate Bill 1032, which removes the requirement that the local school board must provide notice of non-continuation of a teacher's contract by June 15th, instead requires the teacher to give notice of non-continuation of contract by June 15th of each year. So we oppose that one, and we're asking you to really support that one because this is what protects our teachers. What this bill will do is it will remove the requirement for the school division to give notice to the teacher that we don't want you to continue to teach with us. But if the teachers say, hey, I want to go to another district, they have to give us notice. So there are some bills in here that is going to impact our teachers day to day, our families, our tax dollars as well. Senate Bill 1473 is one we oppose. However, it has already passed the Senate, and this bill would allow any ensemble music class offered in grade 6 to be larger than 35 students, which is currently found in the SOQ Standard 2. Instead, would allow the music class to have up to 45 students. So you're talking about beginning band, whatever programs that they have for our 6th grade students. Their classroom capacity would be 45 students, 1 instructor. We oppose that, but it has already passed the Senate. That's why we're on the time constraints. So the Legislative Committee recommends that the board adopts its position supporting and opposing legislation listed above, and that a letter be sent from the board to delegates Nadarius E. Clark, Delegate Baxter N. Enos, and Senator Emily M. Jordan, asking that they support the school board legislative's positions. Madam Chair, that concludes our report and a summation of our 4-hour meeting.
Thank you. Within that report, since this is info and action, are we leaving it at info, or is there any action that you would like to form into a motion?
Madam Chair, I hereby move that the board carry out the request of the Legislative Committee and send our positions to our representatives, Delegate Clark, Delegate Enos, and Senator Jordan for action.
I second.
Okay. I'm going to give you a second. It was moved by Mr. Riddick, approved by Ms. Field. Let me know if you need it to be repeated before we have a discussion and vote. Okay, well, before we vote, you have the motion down? You good? You need any?
I have the crux of it, but I'll get the rest of it from
Okay.
Mr. Riddick.
So with the motion on the floor, is there any discussion?
Chair.
Yes, sir.
First, I want to thank all my colleagues on the legislative committee. There was a lot of time and effort put into this. What I want to remind everyone sitting up here, we all have the ability to lobby individually, not representing the board, to our respective delegates and senators. Being that no one in my borough was giving an opportunity to review these bills and House bills and Senate bills, I do not feel confident supporting any of them until I can reach out to citizens of Whaleville to see what they want to support. And with that being said, what I plan on doing is taking a list of these, putting them on social media, just to get feedback. And what I can do from there is, as an individual, lobby for what my constituents want. But I will not support sending this up to Richmond, being that we did not do our due diligence by allowing the public to review them and have input on these prior to making this vote tonight.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
I definitely understand Vice Chair McGee's position, and I really do understand. And I respect your position. However, I do ask that the board send these items to Richmond. And the reason being, we can lobby individually, but a divided house don't have any power. If we vote in the majority rules, we're going in the strength of Suffolk City School Board. As individuals, per policy and per law, we have no authority to represent the school board. We are a citizen who happen to be a board member, but who don't have the authority to speak on behalf of the board. But acting on this recommendation tonight, it is sending to our legislators that, hey, Suffolk City School Board has reviewed what we have before us, and these are their positions. There's a position in this packet that we opposed that created a 1% tax on citizens that would be for education. And considering our already financial difficult climate, we don't want to take it up too much and put other strands on people. So we oppose that. As you saw in the report, there were some bills that we discussed on February the 6th, and today is February the 13th, that have already been passed. So I definitely understand the pressure and the desire to want to engage all of our citizens in our decisions before we make them. I share that sentiment. But with this situation, it is time sensitive, and it is my recommendation, Madam Chair, that we move this forward to our legislators.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Riddick. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, the last thing I would like to say.
1 second. I'm going to get Board Member Slingloff is ready to speak. I'm going to give her turn first.
So I want to just, again, thank the committee, the legislative committee, for the time that we spent, and also for Attorney Waller and his time that he invested into this. The idea of what we did last week, I think, is excellent. I think it's wonderful for the board to be able to look at the bills that are going to General Assembly, to be able to select out the ones that we believe are most valuable, and to oppose the ones that we believe are not effective or not beneficial to our school systems. I think our voice should be heard as a board. However, this is the third year, I believe, that I've been on the legislative committee. The first year, we didn't have a meeting until, I want to say, August, September. We had a meeting at that point, and we had it reported back to us, you know, what took place in February and March and April prior to that. Last year, we met again after all of the General Assembly had concluded. And so when we met, we went through all the bills and found out whether it passed or failed. When we met this year, we met prior to all of the bills passing or failing. And this board, or this committee, was then asked to go through all of the bills, extensive. I have a binder this large of bills, minus a few that had been failed already, go through and digest them and process it. That was quite a task. That's why it took us as many hours as it did. The general overview, which was this one, that gives you the summation of these bills, is much smaller, but not near as encompassing as this, and doesn't have all the details that are contained in this. This is a weighty thing to do. And so my struggle tonight is that we came together and tried to put our minds together to digest all of this information. And I'll be honest with you, I couldn't possibly digest it and understand everything that's in here. So my concern is that as one of the 3 legislative committee members, many of these bills passed in our committee. We voted to support them with just 2 members. So that's 2 members representing a board of 7 that we are now putting forth saying this board of 7 represents the ideas of these 2 members. The remaining board, unless you all had an opportunity to dig into this as well and give us feedback, it still falls on 2 members that in a crunch time had to process a lot of information. What I would like to see in the future is for this committee to function more properly, we need to meet earlier, be abreast of things. Things start coming in July. July 15th, I believe, is when things start rolling in from our lawmakers. We need to be earlier on, say October, November, to start assessing what's coming down the pike so that we are given time not only as a board to be informed of the things that are coming down the pike, where then the board can inform the legislative committee of their stances and their opinions, but also to have some sort of town hall or some sort of public hearing or some sort of solicitation of the community to look at the things we're looking at and to weigh in on it. As 3 board members looking at this legislation with no input from the fellow board members and no input from the community, that is a very weighty thing. And the fact that we required 2 of the 3 the committee members to support it leaves me uncomfortable with stamping. I mean, and everybody knows for 2 years I am not one to put my name on something and stamp something and say that I stand behind this if I'm not fully comfortable. I'm not fully comfortable with what came out of that legislative meeting. Not that anybody did anything wrong, not that the 3 of us didn't work very diligently and that Attorney Waller and Ms. Davenport didn't work very hard to pull this together. I just think that in the future we need to pull this sooner in so that everybody can be more informed, so we can collect good feedback. So we are representing our community and not just 2 to 3 board members on this board.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have a comment that hasn't spoken yet?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Listening to both Board Member Slingloff's concerns, having been on the Legislative Committee, and also listening to Vice Chair McGee's concerns, I have similar concerns. In receiving this information prior to this meeting, there was no way for a board member to succinctly go through and read all the information and digest it and process it, get feedback from their community, and be ready sitting right now to say, yes, I feel with total confidence that what we're supporting is 100%. So I too am struggling with the idea that as a board, we're going to send this forward. I would like input from my community. I would like to be able to put this information out and let my constituents read over it and make decisions. I'd like to get input from educators. You know, I spent some time the last couple of weeks talking to educators throughout the district and listening to their concerns on many topics. But unfortunately, this was not one of them because I did not have this to give to them before I met with them. And so I'm very concerned, and I don't feel like I can support something that I don't, one, have had the time to thoroughly go through and digest and understand, and 2, I haven't been able to ask anybody, you know, either, you know, constituents in my borough or educators throughout the division what their thoughts or concerns are in being able to support this legislation.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Just want to,
Well, hang on 1 second.
I just want to say, I heard and I listened to everyone with your concerns, but the bottom line is it's going to go forth whether we, you know, so either we vote for it, you know, based on trusting our committee who's done a great job, or we sit here and don't do anything and we get what we get. You know, I think that's because most of these could be passed by next week. So I'm just looking at it that way. to have some type of input.
Okay, real quick, Vice Chair McGee has been waiting, and I asked that we let everybody have their first turn. Did you want to say anything now?
Madam Chair, yes, I just want to echo Board Member Slinglove's concerns on a way forward, for next year. Can we receive something just like this at least 30 days prior? That way we can allow our citizens to see it, review it, give feedback. Second thing, this is going to be directed to you, Attorney Waller. As board members, as individuals, are we allowed to contact our delegates as individuals, not representing the school board, with any feedback we receive from constituents, teachers like that in upcoming week, next week, before all this is pushed to the governor's desk?
You can always reach out to your delegate, your senator, express your individual viewpoint. You just can't represent the board in doing so.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Riddick?
Madam Chair, I want to correct some information that could easily get confused in the processing of the information that is being shared, because I do believe it is a lot of information, and I do understand. To Mr. McGee, to Vice Chair McGee's request to get it in 30 days in advance, the Legislative Committee is disbanded December 31st of the preceding year. So every January at the Organization Committee, you have a new Legislative Committee. So it's kind of difficult to have recommendations in place when you don't know who's going to serve on the committee, but we do have a remedy for that. We can start reviewing the information as the year progresses and have a report that we can hand over to the new committee, so that way it could make this burden somewhat lighter. However, the information that was shared, it was released to all committee members on January 28th to prepare for our meeting that we had on February 6th, which gave us a total of 8 calendar days to review the information. When we met, it was a lot of information, and board members, we couldn't thoroughly dive into it as much as we want. Some of us, seek to know information as far as how it's going to be carried out. That's not our scope. Our scope is, do we support it or do we not support it? These laws can go to the state, and for an example, if we don't send this position up to say, hey, we oppose requiring teachers to notify us by June 15th, but we don't have to notify them by June 15th that we don't want them anymore. The people that we have said over and over again that we are protecting and working for and trying to look out in the best interest, you just slap them in the face, for the lack of better terms, because there is a bill that is in the state legislature now that would give school boards that prerogative to keep it confidential, see who applies, we got a better person. And if we get a better person, they won't want you no more. We let you know at the last minute that you're unemployed and now you have to look for a job. So that's why it's kind of time sensitive. Also, in reflecting back to the votes of some of our policies, majority of, especially our Senate bills, they were 3-0. When we got to our House bills, I was the one that was outvoted. So Board Member Fields and Board Member Slingloff were on the same page majority of the night. So if there was any cause for reservations of it being a 3-person, I think that statement should be raised by myself. But it's a representative democracy. Our citizens elected us to represent them in situations where they cannot be present to do it themselves. And it's our responsibility to do it. And if that requires us to stand up an extra hour to review the material, answer questions, or as soon as we get it, we share it as soon as we get it, although we don't understand it, I'm sharing it. And if you have questions, I'm going to ask my questions within the time frame that this information was, made available to me. I understand. But for us not to send anything up to our state legislator is a disservice. And if it is the will of the board to not send anything, just know we're rolling the dice that something we oppose may go into effect.
Okay. Board members, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let me get Ms. Fields since she hasn't spoken. Go ahead.
I'd like to say that we did consider each of those bills in detail, in thorough detail. And as Board Member Jenkins has said, a decision is going to be made either way. So I would rather have our position included in the decision rather than not have it included.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Slingla, final comments?
Just a couple quick things. I would like to put out there that perhaps in the future that we could consider for the Committee of Legislative Committee that we start that committee in June of everything that rolls in from July 15th when the legislators start rolling things in, can follow it through the process. They can be well ahead of it so we're not changing team over come January 1. I'd like to, recommend that. Also, I'd like to recommend that when the Legislative Committee receives the policies, such as the ones we did on January 28th, that all of the board members receive it and that they are encouraged to read through it, review it, and contact one of the committee members so the committee members hear feedback from the entire board. Those are two recommendations that I have. Perhaps we can consider putting that in policy or just make it a practice, however that would be best to roll out, Attorney Waller. But then considering the idea of what we have before us, I would like to recommend, if we're going to go forward and vote, I would like to recommend, personally, I would like to have HB 1824 pulled out, separated out, along with all of the bills that we opposed. So I would like to vote on them in two separate categories. We can vote for all the ones that we supported, minus 1824, and then move House Bill 1824 and the oppositions. Either we can look at them individually or we can do it collectively, but I'd like to start out, or perhaps just move 1824 as a separate one and then the oppositions as a separate collection.
Okay, to be clear, and I need some guidance from the attorney here. You're asking, well, first of all, it will require Board Member Riddick to amend his motion, and you're asking he amends his motion to remove House Bill 1824 from the supported bills, and then you're asking that we take each of the opposed bills, of which there seems to be 5, individually?
I'm fine with the opposed bills being collective. I'm fine with moving everything that we support minus 1824 and everything that we oppose separate.
Want 2 separate votes? I'm trying to understand what you mean.
No, I'm saying everything that we supported minus House Bill 1824.
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to make it easy, so I'm going to say 3 ways. Everything that we supported is 1 vote. House Bill 1824 is 1 vote. And then everything we opposed is 1 vote.
Okay, so I understand that. So my question to the attorney is that even an option here, if Mr. Riddick were to amend his motion, is that something that can be done on the dais since this is the work of the Legislative Committee?
Yes, it can be.
Okay, so I guess my second question is to Mr. Riddick, how do you feel about that having made the original motion? And then this will probably be the final discussion and we're going to call for the vote.
To be honest, I don't like it.
Okay.
However, I'm going to permit it because I think it will be fruitful. So I'm fine with taking all of the bills that we passed, as far as the House bills, as well as whatever bills we passed in the Senate, excluding House Bill 1824. And then we vote on House Bill 1824 separately. And then we vote on the ones we oppose collectively.
Okay.
But I want to be I will not support us breaking down the ones we opposed.
Okay.
So if we can agree that that would be that, I think that's common ground. So I will amend my motion. I move to approve and that we carry out the Legislative Committee's report for House bills that have passed, excluding House Bill 1824, and Senate bills that have passed.
Okay, so let's take that.
Yep, and then I'll
first.
come back with the other ones.
Okay, and so a second for the amended motion?
Second.
Okay. I'm going to give Ms. Gardner a second to write out the amended motion. I'm assuming no further discussion on that. And then when she's ready, we will vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Ones that we're supporting, correct?
Yes.
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion failed? No, they voted no.
Okay.
Board Chair Jenkins voted yes. Member Slinglove voted no. Board Member Riddick voted yes.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee voted no. Board Chair Howell voted yes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Motion passed. I'm sorry.
Madam
Oh,
Chair,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I move to approve House Bill 1824, which reads, requires the Board of Education to permit any student to substitute an African American history course or the Advanced Placement African American Studies course for the Virginia and U.S. history course in order to satisfy the history and social studies credit requirement for high school graduation.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Riddick and seconded by Mrs. Field. We're ready for a vote. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
1 second, yeah.
can we have a full reading of that bill, not just a summary version?
Is that, does anybody have that?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Attorney Waller if he wants to read it. I'm gonna run to the restroom.
The total bill is 3 pages. If you want me to only read actually the new language in the total bill, it's not going to be much different from what you have before you now. But I can certainly read that. Any student to substitute the African American History course or the Advanced Placement African American Studies course for the Virginia and U.S. History course for the purpose of satisfying the history and social studies credit requirements, provided that enrollment in such an African American History course or Advanced Placement African American Studies course is available to the student.
Okay, I'm going to ask Board Member Slinglove for a moment, since she was the one that requested this be pulled out. Can you speak to what your point is?
Sure. This is amended language. This is in addition to this current code that is in here. It's actually point 22 that was added in. That's why Attorney Waller only had that portion to read. This is in addition to something that already currently exists in Virginia Code. I love the idea of having African American history courses. I love the idea of having advanced placement African American history courses. I think that it should be available to all students. However, I do not believe that this should take place of Virginia history or U.S. history. I think that it can be an elective, an additional history course that's offered, but I believe we live in Virginia, we live in the United States of America. To take out just African American history and solely make that the requirement of the students and let that satisfy their history, we are forwarding students on to beyond secondary education, onto college and into the world without having had Virginia history and U.S. history as a high school student, and I have an issue with that.
Okay, any other comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Riddick.
Madam Chair, as a teacher, Virginia history is taught in 4th grade. It is also taught in 8th grade. As a student, as a parent who has students in the school system, I have no quarrel with this being an option for my graduating students. It does not mandate an African American history course. What it does, it allows for a substitution. I don't see what the issue is to allow for a student to have an option to substitute a course that they have signed up for because they get to choose their courses. But all students have Virginia history in 4th grade, and then you also have United States history, well, I'm teaching it now, in 6th grade, where you go pre-Columbus to up to 1865, and then you have civics in 7th grade. Then you come back again with, I think it's geography along with some historical aspects in 8th. 9th, you have World History 1 that encompass, I believe it's World War I and the Ottoman Empire, the study of the religious. So I don't see why it would be an issue for a parent or a child who's chosen to take this one class to learn about African American history as an issue with their graduating requirements. And I don't see, I'm going to stop there.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate my colleagues, Board Member Slingloff, Board Member Riddick, for sharing your thoughts, concerns. I'm in agreement. This should be an elective course. We live in the United States of America. And for it to be a mandated course, how about all the other children of other cultures, in other countries, in other descents? We live in America. If we want to make this an elective course, I'm all about it. But if you're going to substitute American history for any other country's history, that shouldn't happen. Men and women die, shed blood for this nation. We live in America, and I'll support this as an elective course, but never over replacing American history. And that's any country, not just African history. Like I said, we have multiple cultures here in Suffolk, and I feel like this is divisive. When you only allow one country or second country to be an alternate source on top of American history, that creates division. And it's not fair to cultures that might want to study another country's history in lieu of American history. So with that being said, I'm going to vote no.
Okay, any other from board members I haven't heard from yet? Are there any comments, questions? Pardon? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this is being read differently because we have multiple requirements for graduation at the high school level, and it's really about whichever course you take for the verified credit for your SOL. So Mr. Riddick is correct when it comes to how many times our students are taught Virginia and U.S. history. But when you read the synopsis that's on this page 2, it says you're giving the students the option. It's the option, right? So not everybody's going to take that option, but we always want to be able to provide our kids with options. And an advanced placement African American Studies course is so much more rigorous than our traditional Virginia and U.S. history course. So, you know, to some of the concerns that Mr. McGee brought up, World History 1 is 0 to 1500. We learn about all cultures and world religions. History 2 is 1500 to the present, current events, etc. We also pick up U.S. history in our government course your senior year. So I think we have to get out of the idea of thinking that there's going to be like one class, right? One class that our kids take to learn all of our history. They learn it in elementary, they learn it in middle, they learn it in high, and then we expand on it, of course, in high. So the African American history course we know has been scrutinized, and we know that some states have banned it and all of that type of stuff. All this bill is saying here is that you're giving kids the option. And if we are serious, is when Dr. Melvin does her presentation to the board every year, right? She gives all the different AP courses that we offer and how many kids are taking it. If our kids were allowed to substitute this, if this bill passes, then that will increase your total number of students taking your AP courses. That's something that the entire board has discussed when it comes to rigor. And just to reiterate, your U.S. history course is taught twice before you even get to 11th grade. And then, because you're teaching government in your 12th grade class, you reinforce it all over again. So I don't want to think that anyone is putting, you know, to Mr. McGee's concerns about one religion or one group of people in the United States above each other, because that's already taken care of in World History 1 and World History 2, right? But now, once you get to 11th grade and we're taking a look, okay, what's going to be your verified credit? A lot of our kids start taking their AP exams in 10th and 11th grade. Now we have another option. So I just want to make sure that the board is clear. It's not going to eliminate our students learning about U.S. history. That's just not going to occur.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else down there?
Madam
Okay.
Chair. Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think I want to take a different approach to this conversation. Dr. Gordon, do we already offer African American history and advanced placement African American studies?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So these courses are already offered. This is an elective course that any student who wants to take can take it. I think the problem in the wording here is the word substitute. I think the problem that we're having is we're saying we're going to substitute something for something else. Okay? And so listening to the discussion on the board right now, you know, we are talking about substituting, not that we aren't already offering it. We're already offering it. Any student right now who wants to enroll in these classes can enroll in these classes and should enroll in these classes, okay? As a matter of fact, if we had Mexican-American history, let's offer that. If we have Irish-American history, let's offer that. If we have Hindu-American history, let's offer that, okay? But I think that the problem here with this bill is that it says substitute. And I agree with my colleagues, Board Member Slingloff and Board Member McGee, that we live in Virginia and we live in the United States of America. And at the end of the day, the students are graduating based on the credits that are required to them because they are citizens of this state and this nation. So at the high school level, if we're saying you have to have certain classes in order to graduate, we shouldn't be substituting those out. You can add on to those. You can have them as electives. You can have as many electives as you want to put into your schedule from the time you step into high school till the time you get out. If we can offer it, let's offer it. But I think the word substitute here is the problem. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I believe the people minds are made up. I'm just baffled by this, but it is what it is. All I will say is I, as a parent of children within the school division, don't see a problem with it. And I understand there's another parent who see that there is. We can agree to disagree. But I can't bend with this. Because as a teacher who sees the curriculum, when African American studies is really began taught, it starts in 1619. Madam Chair, I will address you. It starts with 1619. In the lower grades, they may start about Ethiopia and things of that sort, but for these courses that are named, as far as that we are fearful of replacing, that's the issue. And the fact that we're toiling over this, it brings other things to light as to why I said we still are not fit to come out of that order. But Madam Chair, the people's minds are made up. Let's just go ahead and vote and get it over with.
I'm going to agree with you on that one, Mr. McGee. Mr. Riddick, I promise I know who these people are. I would like to make a statement.
Okay.
1 second. I can see where the discussion is warranted, where this would have been a conversation to have with our constituents, because it is hard not to bring your own personal views to the table here. And this is one that would have benefited for certain, getting feedback from the people that we represent and serve to make sure that our voice and our vote is representative of that. And that will be the lack of opportunity to do that. And let me reiterate, that was no one's fault. Mr. Riddick has explained to you, Attorney Waller has explained to you, Board Member Slingloff spoke to it, why the circumstances were so rushed and schedule was so tight to get this work done. And we'll revisit when the legislature committee is formed. I think that's a wise idea. But with that said, I think it is time to have the vote now. We have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. You either vote to support recommending this, or you vote not to, or you abstain, and we move on to the next item.
Madam Chair, may I correct something I said on record?
Sure.
When I refer to this as African history, it is African American history. With that being said, African American history is U.S. history. There is no separation. So what I would like this to say is U.S. African American history.
Thank you for that. With that being said, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Abstain.
Motion tied.
Number 11, under new business, bills and payroll. Do I have a motion about bills and payroll?
Madam Chair, we forgot to vote on the
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Riddick,
opposes.
you're right. We slipped right on through the opposed bills. So if you would like to make a motion about the opposed bills, I will entertain that motion.
I move to that the Suffolk City School Board submit to our state delegates and legislators the bills that we oppose via the recommendations of the Legislative Committee, House bills, and Senate bills.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Mr. Riddick, and it was seconded by Vice Chair McGee. Any discussion? No, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, the final item under new business is the personnel report. I'm going to ask Board Member Slingloff to lead the discussion on that. Pardon? Do we, okay. Now I will entertain a motion about bills and payroll. Been moved by Board Member Jenkins. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been seconded by Vice Chair McGee. Any discussion? Okay, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. On to the personnel report, the final item under new business. Board Member Slingloff, would you speak to that since you requested it be pulled?
Sure. So last month when it came time for, I believe it was with the consent agenda or something, I brought forward the fact that it was the minutes. I brought forward the fact that I noticed in the minutes that we had approved a hire the month before and that the board approved it, but I didn't recall voting for that hire. So I questioned this terminology and was told on the dais here that we voted for it in the consent agenda. So then we also had a coordinator of science that was presented to us last month and was introduced to us. This month, that coordinator is listed in the personnel report, which is in the consent. So if I'm understanding it effectively, she was introduced to us last month, brought before the board as a new hire. But now this month, we are voting on this because it's a part of the personnel report in this month's consent agenda. I'm bringing this to the attention because I'm a little confused with the processes here. I think we need to look at this a little more clearly as a board, how we go through with approving different hires that we're responsible for. So this is something that I want to bring up to Attorney Waller to have put on the Policy Review Committee meeting so that we can look at the process for this, because I'm a little bit confused. If we are approving, as a board, I take very seriously the idea of approving. If we are approving hires, and not just acknowledging them, then I think that we need to not introduce someone before someone is actually brought forward in a personnel report where we are voting to approve them.
Okay. Dr. Gordon.
Okay, so a couple of things. I think some of that confusion that Ms. Slingloff is referring to is what happened last month when our new coordinator of science instruction was introduced before you guys officially, or was about to be introduced before you guys officially approved. And then we paused and got it corrected. So, Ms. Slingloff, I wish you would have emailed me to let me know, because you're correct. I think the reason it's listed here is because of the actual start date, so it shouldn't have been on here. To clarify your question to Attorney Waller and what you believe needs to go back to the policy review, you are approving the recommendation from the superintendent. That's how code is written. That's not just, just SPS, that's how code is written. So the request from Dr. Brittingham last month was when we do have these new hires, and Dr. Avery has worked to adjust our interview window, Dr. Brittingham requested that be a part of the normal personnel report, so you all can see who the new hire is before the introduction. So that was the practice that we were going to do moving forward. So this, what you see here being listed, was because the start date was basically this month, but it shouldn't have been on there. So that's why I was asking for the communication if you had a concern about it.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think part of my confusion is if the board is approving, and I understand we're approving based upon your the superintendent's recommendation, and we've never opposed anything. As far as I've been on the board, there's never been any opposition. But for the language, which I know follows Virginia code, to state that the board is approving someone, then that means there also has to be a flip side of the coin where the board could disapprove someone if the board did not agree with a hire. So what the practice has been, as far as I know, for the 2 years that I've been on the board, what the practice has been is I don't even think that it's been clearly laid out in any way or form to the board prior to us coming the evening of a meeting and having a resume turned upside down on our seat, or perhaps given to us right before someone is introduced. That practice is not a good practice if we are in fact approving. This board does not want to oppose your recommendations. However, if we are stating that we are approving someone, we need to be given the opportunity to disapprove them. So the practice of bringing it to the board without the board having any idea and then being presented with the person that is being hired, I think is not a good practice. And that's why I recommend that we at least discuss it in the Policy Review Committee meeting to find out what practice it is that we want to institute, because right now it's not clear to me where the point is that we could disapprove someone if we wanted to disapprove someone, because we don't know about the person that's being hired until they stand before us. And this would not have come to my point if I didn't see that it was in the consent agenda tonight that we are approving the coordinator of science instruction, because last month I don't recall anywhere in the consent agenda or any other time before that where the person that we were hiring was sent to us as, or even the resume brought to us prior to coming here. So I don't believe the board has had an opportunity to disapprove up to this point. I think we need to look at this practice. If I'm missing it and somewhere in the midst of our confidential personnel documents that we are sent every month, if I'm missing that we see the resumes of the people that are being hired or the options that you have considered, I have not seen it at all, which means we are not truly approving. We are just accepting without any option to give any feedback if we did have a reason of caution or a reason of concern.
Okay. Any other feedback about this? I just want to, one second. I want to clarify. So the director of science instruction, that's in the confidential personnel report that we receive. Is that what you're saying?
No. This personnel report, which is added to the agenda, it says on here,
on the one that's
instructional
for on the
hires
public.
coordinator. Yeah, the one that is in the consent agenda, which is what I
So
was
it
told
doesn't
last.
have her resume in her.
No, it does not.
Gotcha.
What I was told last month was that we approve new hires in the consent agenda. What's in the consent agenda for last month's hire is this month's consent agenda for approving.
So there's confusion about these
Right.
past 2 months, how it's transpired.
Right.
You're also publicly requesting it's something that the policy review
Right.
committee discussed.
Just if nothing else, that it's clearly communicated. It doesn't necessarily have to be spelled out in another belabored policy, but I think that this board needs to understand what the process is, so we are communicating properly with the superintendent, and likewise, so that we are never caught off guard when someone is presented to us at a monthly meeting.
Okay, understood. For the sake of this meeting and the action required on this item, is there a motion to approve or disapprove the personnel report?
I move that we approve the personnel report for February 2025.
Okay, is there a second? It's been moved by Board Member Slingluff. It's been seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Is there any further discussion on this motion and this action? Board Member Riddick?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
In our emails, Attorney Wallow or Dr. Gordon, when the confidential personnel report comes through, I'm having brain fog right now. Is the recommendation of the superintendent included in that?
So sometimes, and I got to clarify, Mr. Riddick, that not all of our hires come to the board here. I think that's where part of our conversation goes. It all depends on the level of the staff member. I like to bring staff members here that are coordinator or above, because we know that they are in charge of large pockets of our operations. Everyone that you see in the personnel report has been vetted and went through the HR department, et cetera. So the board is trusting that the report and the work that is done by the team is correct, follows the Code of Virginia, make sure that we follow all of our practices to not violate any employee's rights. What I think Ms. Slingluff is referring to is the ability for the board to disapprove. And I think we have to be extremely careful, and maybe we can have this conversation in policy review, because the school board is not part of the interview process. They're not part of the vetting, the application. They are a part of approving the final report that lists everyone. So if it's going to be about the practice of who we bring forward, we don't have to bring anyone forward for you all to meet, if that creates some of the confusion. What I gathered from what Dr. Brittingham said last month was, please ensure that anyone that comes forward to the podium, that we have their information in the personnel report. So in order to do that, to make sure that it is part of the agenda review that Chair Howell and Vice Chair McGee sit in, we moved everything back 10 days. Because sometimes, based on the candidate's schedule and the HR department, which is small, their interview schedule. Sometimes the final interview takes place after agenda review. So because of that, that's the reason why we've brought the resume to you all to summarize what the team has already put together as a part of the process, and also to introduce to you all someone who's going to be a major leader within our organization.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, my question leads to another one before we go forward. So what you're saying is sometimes it's in the confidential report. I want to explain this to board members and those who are at home, how it works. And I do support sending the policy review so this can be hashed out there. But the superintendent's function of his day-to-day capacity is to interview and recommend, whether it's for termination or employment. When we vote, we can either accept the recommendation or reject the recommendation. To give you historical context, when I came into the board, we had a closed session where we went over the personnel report. And we discussed it. But it was literally just like it is now. Attorney Wallace stopped me from violating closed session. It's literally like it is now, where board members didn't have any questions regarding the hires. And if we did, we reached out prior to. Dr. Gordon got a question about this, that. And the questions were relayed when we came to the meeting. Consent agenda came forth. When we approved it, we took all the items under the consent agenda collectively. And if there was ever a question, we pulled it out. So as a board member, you always have that right. The discrepancy that took place last month was solely we introduced a person and we had not approved the consent agenda. And I raised that concern, that we do not change our process again, that we approve first, because we could have introduced the candidate and for some odd reason, the board could have surprised everybody and said no. And then it would have been an aha embarrassment moment. So that's where it was. So as board members, you have the right to refuse or reject the recommendation that comes from the superintendent. And you do that by the way of your vote when we are approving our personnel report.
Thank you. Any further questions before we vote to approve the personnel report? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howard?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Ms. Gardner, am I correct? We've completed all new business as was rearranged and added? Okay, so we are moving on to public speakers on non-agenda topics at this time. And Ms. Gardner, I give the floor to you again.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the discretion of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Dawn Matthews regarding transportation issues.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Dawn Matthews. I live at 2772 Manning Road. I have two daughters that attend Southwestern Elementary, Virginia and Martha. Their ages 9 and 4. Their bus route number is 5. Dr. Gordon came to Southwestern last year to provide information about school rezoning. One of the biggest concerns of the parents present was the tardiness of the current bus routes. We vocalized our concerns with how late buses might be if our children attended a school further away from our homes in Southwestern. Dr. Gordon assured and promised everyone at the meeting that the bus improvements were to come. I knew there was no way that Dr. Gordon had a clear understanding of how frequent the buses ran late. I decided that day I would email Dr. Gordon every day that my children's bus ran late to make sure he was aware of the regularity of the issue. And as Dr. Gordon can tell you, I have delivered. I have provided each one of you with details to the dates to which their bus ran late. On October 30th, an email from Dr. Gordon said that there were many drivers out on FMLA. If every absent driver went out on FMLA on October 30th and took their entire 12 weeks of FMLA, they should have returned on January 22nd. January 22nd came and went, and I have seen no improvement. I questioned Dr. Gordon about the return of the bus drivers who have been out on FMLA, and he asked me for more patience and understanding and accused me of not having empathy and grace for the transportation department. I have a third child that attends Forest Glen Middle School, and his bus is punctual morning and afternoon. However, there are times when his bus does run late. I understand that buses are not going to be on time every day, and I have never complained about his bus being late because I know there are driver call-outs, bus breakdowns, and other emergencies. Dr. Gordon said that the middle school bus is on time usually because it's the first route of the day and in the afternoon. So things must go amok following the first routes of the middle schools. I receive most of my phone messages from transportation alerting me that Route 5 will be late around 11 a.m. To me, it means there are not everyday emergencies occurring directly affecting Route 5. To me, it means there is a staffing issue. On Monday, February 10th, Dr. Gordon made me aware that there was an additional driver to be hired. So I do hope to see improvement soon. With the arrival of the 100th day of school, I thought it was a good time to bring this continued issue to the entire board. I was born and bred in Suffolk, and I am a very big supporter of the public school system. I graduated myself in 2001 from Lakeland. I am not here today to throw any kind of punches. I am here as a teammate to make sure you are aware of the cracks in our transportation system. I know that no system is perfect, but I know there is always room for improvement. By no means do I rival the jobs of any of you, Dr. Gordon or Mr. Privet in transportation. I have great respect for both of these men and the tasks set before them, as well as each of you. I know this issue is a drop in the bucket as you are building buildings, approving bills, and dealing with finances of the city, and tackling just much bigger issues than what this may seem. But this small drop of an issue is a big issue to me and my family, as I might imagine other families as well. I have been reminded more than once by Dr. Gordon, I am privileged to have the ability to pick up my girls when their bus runs late, but I know not every parent of children on Route 5 at Southwestern have this privilege. Please do not mistake my ability to commute my kids as a solution to the problem. We have the right to timely bus transportation. I ask that you please consider finding time in your busy agenda to look into this problem and hopefully find a solution to this ongoing issue. Thank you.
Our second speaker is Christopher Dove regarding city violation of adequate facilities law.
Excuse me, before I begin, I'd like to mention that the schools are funded 50% from the general fund, one of 17 different funds in the city, and the actual overall budget is significantly larger. Also, I'd like to apologize to Dr. Gordon. I did not include you in my list for my correspondence because we've discussed this issue before in the past and you're well aware of it. Thank you. All right, for those of you who do not know me, I'm Christopher Dove. I have lived in Suffolk for 25 years, and I'm a strong proponent of the Suffolk schools. And until I retired, I was a professional analyst. So I deal with facts and figures. I don't deal with conjecture. Elephant's Fork Elementary epitomizes the future of our schools. I say this because it is no secret that the majority of Suffolk schools are over capacity. It should also be clear that the cause of this is the unrestricted approval of housing developments in violation of the city's zoning ordinance requirements. I have provided proof that the city's government of Suffolk has been disregarding the Unified Development Ordinance requirement to ensure that adequate capacities in schools is available concurrently with the impact of proposed developments. Your attorney should be able to verify that in accordance with UDO Section 31310, disregarding any provision of the Unified Development Ordinance by any person shall be unlawful, and he should also be able to verify that any development which is not in compliance with the provisions of the Unified Development Ordinance is prohibited and shall be referred to as an unlawful development. My experience has shown that citizens do not have the right or the authority to have the law enforced. I've taken this and have been fined $7,000 by the Circuit Court because I tried to enforce a law that the city is responsible to enforce but fails to do so. So this situation relies on this board and their attorney that sees that these requirements to enforce the present and future well-being of the students of Suffolk public schools is protected. You have both the standing and the authority to do so. You must ensure that adequate public facilities, specifically for schools, is available concurrent with the impact of proposed developments. I know for a fact that the Lake Kilby development was authorized in violation of the adequate public facilities. I know for a fact that the homes over off of Route 50 in Pitchkettle Road is in violation of that. 330 homes is in violation. They will impact the Suffolk public schools before any improvements in Suffolk Kings Fork High School or, and sadly, Elephant's Fork Elementary, which has been on the development or the comprehensive plan for 20-some years and keep moving to the right. I've experienced, let's see. Your attorney can render an opinion. You can request one from the Commonwealth attorney. She says I don't have standing to go ahead and request one. I've already tried. You can request an advisory opinion from the Attorney General's office. Former Delegate Jenkins did request it, and they drug out the response until he was actually lost his bid, and so they never issued that request. You can also ask the courts for a declaratory judgment. That's why I was fined $7,000, to ask the courts to decide whether I was right or wrong. Or you can do all of them. I suggest that you do all of them. If you have any questions, I am available to answer any of them. And please think of the children. This is disgusting that a law that the city of Suffolk can change if they choose to is being violated by the city of Suffolk itself. Thank you.
Our third speaker, Janet McKinney, regarding policies of the Suffolk Public Schools School Board.
Realized after I signed up for a non-speaker, I probably should have signed up for a non-agenda speaker, for an agenda speaker, because y'all have had a lot of conversations about policy tonight. I was looking on the agenda. It's February, and you're already at policy change number 82, which just speaks volumes of the fact that you have more than 550 pages of policy. So it's hard for me to imagine that any one of you really knows absolutely everything that is in your policy manual. An in-depth review of your policy manual would probably be in order to pull out, make it smaller, make it manageable so everybody knows what's in it so you're not running afoul of it. Another reason that you probably want a full review of your policy manual are recent executive orders regarding DEI and transgender athletes. The NCAA and the Virginia High School League have both recently amended their rules that transgender athletes will not be permitted to participate in women's sports. You want to look at your policies and make sure those are pulled out. You want to make sure your DEI policies are pulled out, because the federal government is threatening to withhold funding if DEI policies remain on the books. And there's your form, required to speak, which I've hated since it came on, and I've not changed my opinion about. For the record, that form was first put into place in September of 2023, yet it never appeared for a first reading on your agenda until October the following month. So in September, when several speakers were prevented from speaking at JFK because they didn't fill out the form, you had actually violated their rights because that form didn't comply with your policy. There's been discussion on some legal cases that deal with school boards. We have Moms for Liberty versus Brevard Public Schools, the U.S. Court of Appeals, 11th District, 2024. Eisen versus Madison Local School District, U.S. Court of Appeals, 6th District, 2021. Bach versus School Board of Virginia Beach, United States Court of Appeals, 4th District, 2001. These courts have a lot of things, these rulings, these opinions, they all have a lot of things in common. 3 different districts, Court of Appeals. They all agree that school boards are limited public forums. They all agree that the doctrine of time, place, and manner apply to those limited public forums. Only if they are narrowly construed, content neutral, and specifically designed to promote order. They all agree that school board policy restrictions on abusive language and reasonable decorum are unconstitutional. They all agree that pre-registration is constitutional. However, none of the cases refer to requiring a form for pre-registration. Generally, when we hear the word registration, that means you put your name down on a list and they call you when it's your turn to speak, or they call you when it's your turn to show up. All 3 courts greatly caution against any policy that chills free speech. Your form chills free speech because you have to put your topic down and then you have to write 25 words or more. It says no fewer than 25 words detailing your topic. I myself had my original request in October of 2023 to speak was denied because my description wasn't sufficient. That was a violation of my constitutional rights. I wasn't allowed to speak until I fixed that. All these courts have agreed that when a chair interrupts someone who is being ruly, they're not being disruptive, to throw them out is a violation of their constitutional rights. I've been removed in such a situation. I had simply run over time, but I wasn't disturbing the peace, and I was thrown out. So at that time, my constitutional rights were violated. I have much more. I've run out of time. I will make sure my remarks are emailed to all of you, but I still stand that your form is unconstitutional. Give me a pre-registration, yes. Email the clerk, name, address so you can verify I'm a citizen and pay taxes to the city of Suffolk, and what my topic is. Scrap the form.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? No. That concludes our comments by public speakers on non-agenda topics. Moving on to the next part of the agenda, it's reports by the superintendent to include the good news report and the calendar of special events. Dr. Gordon, I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Dickens, our Communications and Community Engagement Officer, to discuss our good news report about our SPS nutrition services, participating in school recipe development, and an award they received, the Oakland Elementary School Beta Club induction, Creekside and John Yates for their better school attendance, our Center for Performing and Production Arts, featuring the Tidewater Guitar Orchestra, also one of our students being honored in the Hampton Road Student Gallery, and our SPS Star Achiever recipients. As Ms. Dickens is coming to the podium, I also want to take the time to draw attention to the wonderful signage that you see around the dais here. This was from our departments. Many of our schools, many of our employees have signed this to show their support and thanking our school board members for this being School Board Appreciation Month. I also want to give a shout out to Dr. Whiting, our entire food and nutritional services team for the excellent dinner that Mr. Riddick packed up like 4 boxes with, as well as the cake that Ms. Gardner had ordered and the food and nutritional services team put together, showing their appreciation for School Board Appreciation Month. We also have some additional events that Ms. Gardner is going to be reaching out to the board about. We've had prior discussions about the board doing a bus tour to take a look at some of our schools, taking a visit, and to also have lunch being provided by our CCAP students. We got to be able to kind of work around their schedule as well as work around yours, so you'll be getting emails from that from Ms. Gardner in the very near future. But on behalf of all of our 2,350 employees and our school community, we want to say Happy School Board Appreciation Month. To all of our school board members, special shout out to Ms. Dickens and your team. I love the pictures of the school board members that have been all of our social media platforms and the positive feedback we've received. So with that being said, Ms. Dickens, I'll turn it over to you for the good news report, and I'll close it out for the calendar special events.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, of course, board members, and our guests here tonight. And continuing to highlight our food services team, of course, led by Dr. Whiting. Their department has been selected to join the 2024-2025 Virginia School Recipe Development Team, which is a collaborative initiative with the Virginia Department of Education and the Office of School and Community Nutrition Programs. The team aims to create standardized recipes that are aligned with USDA guidance while highlighting local agricultural products. Dr. Whiting and Food Services Supervisor Ms. Angela Howell will represent SPS in this effort to improve school meals and showcase our Virginia agricultural heritage. The team has also been awarded a bulk milk machine, which is currently located right now at Lakeland High School. This is the first for our district. The benefits of a bulk milk machine is that there is less trash and waste than using the milk cartons. The milk remains colder longer, and it helps to increase milk consumption among our students. So we're excited to have this available in Suffolk and do look forward to rolling it out at other school locations in the near future. Our food services team was also awarded $5,000 from the community organization called Share Our Strength. This organization works with schools to provide breakfast to students. The grant helps our schools pay for equipment to help feed our students, and so we will use, our food services team will use the grant money to purchase milk barrels for our school cafeterias. The Junior Beta Club is an opportunity for our students to develop leadership skills, commit to service, and exemplify the core values of strong academic achievement and exemplary character. To be eligible, students would need to maintain strong academic performance, so either all A's or 3 A's and 2 B's. They should also demonstrate positive behavior and show a commitment to service within both their school and our greater Suffolk community. And this year, Oakland Elementary is proud to have 42 outstanding 4th and 5th grade students as a part of the Junior Beta Club. These students were officially inducted during a special ceremony held this month to recognize their hard work, leadership, and commitment to the club's mission. Of course, we also want to congratulate once again John Yates Middle School and Creekside Elementary School for achieving 90% or greater attendance rates. On Tuesday, January 14th, Lakeland High School hosted a classical guitar festival, bringing together musicians and music enthusiasts from across Hampton Roads. The event was presented by our Center for Production and Performing Arts at Lakeland High School and was headlined by the Tidewater Guitar Orchestra. Supported in part by the Virginia Commission for the Arts, the festival served as an enriching opportunity for students to witness professional musicians in action, but to also further their own inspiration and to further inspire the next generation of artists. Students also had the opportunity to play alongside the professionals. Those who attended received a unique musical experience that celebrated both tradition and innovation within classical guitar performance. We're also thrilled tonight to share that Amanda Culpepper, a student at Lakeland High School, has been selected as one of 26 honorees in the prestigious Hampton Roads Student Gallery. Out of nearly 200 submissions, including 20 right here from Suffolk Public Schools, Amanda is the only honoree from SPS. This marks the first year that our school division has fully participated in the competition with all 3 of our high schools represented. Her artwork will be showcased at the Virginia Museum of Contemporary Arts, or if you're familiar with it, you know it as MoCA, from February 13th through 23rd. With the possibility of being featured at the Chrysler Museum of Art if she is selected as a finalist. So we're incredibly proud of our students. Of course, Ms. Boswell, her art teacher as well, for helping to motivate the art students at Lakeland High School and foster an artistic excellence. Earlier in the school year, we introduced what we call our SPS Star Achiever Recognition, which is given to SPS employees who promote a positive and productive atmosphere and demonstrate leadership within Suffolk Public Schools. Nominations for the first quarter closed in October, and we had 21 staff members recognized. This go-around, we've had 41 staff members recognized. And this week, building and department leaders received a letter and an award pin to present to the nominees within their schools and on their teams. There will be another opportunity to nominate Star Achievers when the nomination window opens again on Monday, February 24th.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dickens. For the calendar of special events, we have a lot. But as we just mentioned, February is School Board Appreciation, CTE, and African American History Month. Today was one of our African American History Special Days, as everyone was requested to wear their African garb. This is also American Heart Month. Virginia Kindness Week officially kicks off on tomorrow, Valentine's Day, so be kind to your sweethearts. National SRO Appreciation Day is Saturday the 15th. You can be nice to them because they're off. President's Day, no school for anybody on February 17th on Monday, which also kicks off the official School Board Clerk Appreciation Week. Thank you to Ms. Howell and Mr. McGee for presenting both Ms. Gardner and Ms. Johnson with the lovely flowers and appreciation. We will have a special meeting where we will discuss the superintendent's proposed budget at Kings Fork Middle School on February 27th. Also, the same day, parents and school community, our interim reports will go out. Then we move into the month of March. It's Youth Art Month, Women's History Month, Music in Our Schools Month, Nutrition Month. Kicking off a Reading Across America Day on March 2nd. That same week is also Educational Diagnosticians Week, hard word to say, March 2nd through the 8th. Same as National School Social Work Week. National School Breakfast Week, March 3rd to the 7th. Dr. Whiting, I'm looking for something special. Professional Learning Day, which will be on March 4th. There's no school for our students. I'm gonna repeat that, no school for our students. We actually had some of our parents that dropped their kids off the last time we had no school. National Maintenance Worker Appreciation Day. Mr. Napier, please thank your entire team for everything that they do to keep our schools up and running. That is March 7th. Daylight Savings Time, when we all spring forward, will be on March 9th. Our next school board meeting after the proposed budget will be here in Suffolk City Council Chambers on the 13th, and our second school board meeting will be on March 27th at 6 p.m. Also, Madam Chair, just a quick minor announcement. Effective February 1st, I became the Region 2 Chair for the Virginia Association of School Superintendents, which means I will be meeting with the state superintendent and other colleagues every 2 weeks. I definitely want to thank my other peers in Region 2 for selecting and electing me to that position that I will hold for the next 3 years, I believe. That concludes the calendar of special events, and also thank you, Ms. Gardner, for helping me out organize our first meeting for next week. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, remaining on the agenda is business by board members. So I'm gonna yield the floor to my colleagues individually and just ask them to be mindful of the clock and our superhero staff that's still hanging in here with us and the constituents that are tuning in, and try to be succinct. I am gonna start with Board Member Slingluff and just work my way around the dais, ending with Vice Chair McGee and then myself.
Tell us to be efficient and succinct the night that I have a whole paper list. I will try and be very succinct, though. This was a very busy month. We had a policy review committee meeting, a legislative roundtable that I attended through the School Board Member Alliance, and a legislative committee meeting. A couple of things that I would like to recommend that I already recommended, but I'm going to put it out there again for record, for the policy review committee meeting would be to discuss the staff situation as far as approving staff. We do have a policy review committee meeting coming up February 24th. So if anyone's interested in observing that meeting, it's going to be February 24th at 3:30 in the afternoon at Kings Fork High School. I wanted to also let my colleagues know that if you have any policies that you are inquisitive about, that you want to see some adjustments to, please reach out to any one of the policy review committee members, which would be Mrs. Jenkins, Vice Chair McGee, or myself. Because we are going to be going through and trying to review some of the policies, to update some of the policies, and take a good look at the policy manual that we have. So that is intentional. We've already decided that. So if you have anything that you want to see changed, please reach out to someone on the policy review committee. Tonight, I approved the policy services through VSBA. My thought process with that is I am approving it with the idea that 60% of those policies come directly tied into Virginia Code. So a recommendation that I would like to make and a request that I would like to make from Attorney Waller is that any of those policies that come to the Policy Review Committee and then ultimately to the board, I would like some notation on there on the policies that notate this is a Virginia Code, this policy was dictated by Virginia Code, or this is one of the VSBA recommendations on the policy, so that we can see that and be able to clearly understand that. For the meeting on the 24th, the Policy Review Committee has put out 2 additional policies that we will be looking at. One is Section 2-2.6:1, which is the board norms and protocols. We will be taking a deep dive into those policies. Additionally, we will be looking at Section 1-6.2:1, which is the transgender policy, to review that, to make sure we're still, above board on that. So those are my business items that I had, that I wanted to that I wanted to mention. Now I get to talk about the fun stuff. I had the opportunity to interact with 3 of my schools this last month, and that was really, really fun. I had the privilege of going to Kings Fork High School twice this month. I went in one day, and Mr. Bryant and some of his staff accompanied me through the building. I got to observe the kids during lunchtime, and then I was invited by Senior Chief Twitty of the ROTC to come back the next day to see the kids all dressed out in their full uniform, and that was very fun. I even had an opportunity to speak to them, and that was a delight to go back and see them the second day and to really cheer them on, because what they're doing with that program, I think it's 140 students, I think if I'm correct, roughly in that program, and I think it's an exceptional program and a great opportunity for these kids. So additionally, I was at the Hill Point PTA, and I want to thank the leadership again, the Hill Point PTA, for all that they're doing, selflessly volunteering. And with that note, I want to thank all of our PTA members across the city and all of our schools for serving your community. It is a thankless job sometimes. It is a selfless job, and it is very, very important to the students and to the staff of the school, so I want to thank you for that. And then finally, I've saved what was my highlight of the month for the last thing, and that is the Oakland Elementary School Junior Beta Club induction ceremony that I went to. I am so, so tickled about this program and the fact that Oakland is the very first elementary school within Suffolk to incorporate a beta club in their elementary school. And there were 42 of the dapperest, most adorable, beautiful children that came forward in their little furs and their suits, and so proud and so excited. And to be able to still leadership and character and hard work into these students and give them something to strive for and set a high bar, I think is phenomenal. So I want to specifically thank the sponsors, and I wrote them out here so that I didn't miss anybody's names, but Candace Tysinger, who is a counselor there. First of all, I want to thank her because she was just right at the door greeting me when I came in with a very warm, hospitable greeting. I was really thrilled to see her. Shari Fenneman is also a sponsor. I believe she wasn't there that evening because she had a family emergency. But I really want to highlight, and I started this last year where I brought in teachers that I wanted to highlight at certain points, and I really want to highlight as a superstar this month, Miss Holly Wolfunkel, because she is the one that brought this to the table. She's the one that did a lot of the legwork in conjunction with Ms. Tysinger to pull this together. And I really want to thank her for having the vision for it and being willing to put herself out there to do it, because I think this is a great program. My hope would be that all of the elementary schools within Suffolk would consider bringing on a junior beta club. So with that, thank you.
Member Slingleff. I'm going to move ahead to Board Member Brittingham and circle back to Mr. Riddick when he returns.
Madam Chair. So it has also been a busy month for me. I've been involved in several committee meetings and other meetings. I'm part of the Finance Committee, and we did get to sit with Dr. Gordon and Ms. Forsman and her team, and they did walk us through the latest audit. Had a lot of questions. Got some answers, have a lot of more questions, but I'm looking forward to being able to serve on this committee. I also had my first CSEP meeting at the end of January, and sitting on this board, I was able to learn a little bit more about what the Southeastern Cooperative Educational Program is doing, and I look forward to being able to serve on this board and being able to have an impact on how this board is functioning for our students, not only in our district, but throughout our region. This month, I took some time to reach out and get back with some educators that had been touching base with me and wanting to speak to me, and just getting an overall feel for their experience this year. And we're in the middle of budget season. I want to know what their budget priorities are, what they would like to see in their schools and in their classrooms. Had an opportunity to hear back from them from the professional development that was done several weeks ago. Had some more conversations about some concerns when it comes to some safety things, particularly with walkies, and so that is something that I will be looking at in the budget to see how we can better
provide for that. And one of the big things that educators spoke to me about in their hearts was that they just want to have their planning time protected. And so I'm listening to the concerns, I'm listening to what they are struggling with. But also, I'm hearing great stories for them about the successes of their students in the classrooms and the topics that they're teaching. And so I just appreciate the candid conversations. I also want to congratulate the Nansemond River Beta Club and the Lakeland High School Beta Club. I know that they went to conference last Friday and Saturday, and heard back that there were lots of awards that were won by both of these schools. Particularly at Lakeland, they had a robotics team that went and competed, and that was really exciting to hear about their success. I echo my colleagues' sentiments about the beta clubs. I would love to see that not only happening in our high schools, but also in our middle schools and our elementary schools. I want to take a minute to just thank the board for a productive meeting. I know that a lot of times the things that we discuss here on the dais can get a little bit heated, but I believe that we're all here because we were called here to serve. We're all here because the students and the educators are what is at the forefront of our concerns. And we do want to see students having the most opportunities, the best opportunities to have the best education and experience as possible. But in looking at, beta, we also want them to have the experience of extracurricular activities and athletic activities. And so just appreciate conversations that we've had. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Finance Committee is going to do with the request to take on some additional duties with the auditing. And with that, I will say good night.
Thank you. Board Member Fields.
Okay. I am still in the process of acclimating to being a school board member. But this month, during this between meetings, I've attended Virginia School Board Association conference, another school board conference in Richmond, and it was called Capital Conference, and it was very informative, a lot of information. As a matter of fact, we covered a lot of the House bills and Senate bills that we've referenced this evening. So it was a very informative session that I attended. I did get a chance to meet with Mrs. Foreman regarding budget issues. We're in preparation for developing the budget that's going to be coming up. We participated in the legislative committee meeting, and again, it was a long meeting, but it was very informative, and I did get a chance to express my thinking about some of the House bills and Senate bills that were presented at that time. So that was a very, very informative and very educational exercise for me. I am looking forward to touching bases with the Nansemond Borough regarding those bills. I do want to know how the community feels about some of the House bills, some of the Senate bills or all of the House bills and Senate bills that were presented. In the meanwhile, if anybody from a borough or anyone has any questions or has a burning desire to express something to the board, please don't hesitate to contact me about it, because we definitely will address those issues. I am, again, very, very grateful. It is my high honor to be a part of the board, and I do plan to.
Thank you. Board Member Jenkins.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank everyone for, first of all, your support on the passing of my brother that was we had no idea it was just a surprise. We didn't know it was going to happen. Caught us off guard, but all the support that I received from Suffolk Public Schools, your cards, even coming all the way to where his funeral was, thank you so much. And I just want to thank Suffolk Public School as a whole. Our children, when we visit the schools, I see kids having fun learning, and that's important. I see our teachers doing the very best they can, giving their 150%. And I just want you all to know that the board is behind you, beside you. And just like so many reach out to me and others, we want you to continue to do that. We will only know what you need if you tell us. And we give the directive to Dr. Gordon, and then he gives it to his staff. And I just want to let you know, I also attended the Capitol Conference, and we did go over to the Capitol. We met with some of our leaders, our legislators, and you can do that too. While they're in the General Assembly, you can go and sit and listen and really see what goes on firsthand, and I encourage you all to do that. And I just want everyone to know about PTAs. I know we go to the PTA meetings. Please join your PTA. The more people we have involved, the more things we can get done. And the PTA board members, please take the time to join. It does not cost much at all. And go to as many as possible to support our PTA, our schools, our principals, and our teachers and students. Oh, I went to the Governor's School of Arts meeting. I'm on that committee, and some amazing things are happening. And hopefully the performances and things that they will be doing, it will be on our website so people can go. When you're talking about state of the art, our students are well involved here in Suffolk Public Schools, and they go to Virginia Beach, and we have some that's already on Broadway. They've graduated and they're on Broadway and doing big things, big TV screenings, and some of these movies you may see coming out could be some of our students on camera making movies because they're that great. And so I just want you to know that we have the opportunity to go and support them. And thank you, Dr. Gordon and your staff, for always doing an amazing job. And thank you, fellow board members.
Thank you. Board Member Riddick.
Thank you all so much. Do apologize for my moment having to step away. I have busloads of students leaving various programs that I operate outside of my day-to-day responsibility just to ensure our children have opportunities and exposure. And I wanted to make sure everyone was in okay. But I first off want to say thank you to all the citizens of the historic Suffolk Borough who have supported me in my quest to represent the historic Suffolk Borough. It is not an easy task. It has been a lot of challenges, yet a lot of rewards as well. A great experience that I've been welcoming for 6 years. I do commend our superintendent, his staff, along with our board attorney for working diligently with myself and the other committees, members who serve on the Legislative and Finance Committee. It's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that you may not be aware of in the beginning. And it takes a lot of time to prepare these reports, research, ask questions, and come back again to do it all over again, realizing you can never satisfy everyone. I really want to say thank you all for helping us propel our Suffolk Public School students forward in the right direction. I do want to piggyback off of something I heard Board Member Jenkins mention. I came in at the tail end as she was talking about our students performing on Broadway. This is why it was instrumental to me in 2023 that we allow our students to come to our board meetings and showcase their talent. I don't think that it was a mismanagement of time to give 5 minutes or so for our students to come who are in our musical programs to showcase their skills. I don't know what brought about the change of removing that, but if we're here for the students, I would like to see that item returned back on the agenda. I know we read our mission statement, but allowing them opportunity and exposure is the way that we can also help to carry out our mission statement. I had an outstanding month so far, y'all. On Tuesday, February the 11th, I had the pleasure of attending the Suffolk Bus Drivers Association meeting. It was an outstanding meeting. It was very informative. It was dialogue. They talked, we listened, we talked, they asked questions. We were able to gain better context of what concerns and what barriers that some of our staff had. We were able to gather that information and take it back to Dr. Gordon. And one of those suggestions that I did bring to the table is a way that we can handle our aid shortages, employing our seniors at our high schools as some type of co-op program to allow them to serve as bus aides if that's possible. That was one of the products of conversating with the bus drivers, and also, you know, exploring other ways to increase the pay for additional runs. So it was a very fruitful meeting. I'm grateful to Dr. Gordon because he was very receptive of the ideas. Immediately, he said he wants to look into some things. And, you know, we heard from the bus drivers, and we're working on some of the things they had some concerns about, you know, the length of time with the background check. We have bus drivers. We're hiring them. But sometimes the process can be lengthy beyond our control when you're doing background checks, and it can take a while if it's just sitting on someone's desk. So that's one of the challenges that we identified that we are heading into with us hiring bus drivers. I do want to say thank you to every bus driver, every aide, every dispatcher, everyone who works in transportation. It is a different beast. I did it for almost 11 years. And it's not easy driving 60 to 78 children while navigating a 45-foot bus up and down the road, and other folk think they can drive, but they can't. I do want to say that, I want to make sure I'm hitting everything. I have been advertising and promoting our Associate Teachers Program. A lot of people that I know who are TAs have reached out to me and said, Board Member Riddick, I'm going to do this. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Dr. Gordon, your staff, I thank you for bringing that to Suffolk. It is rewarding that we found another pathway to deal with the challenges that our country is facing. There's a national teacher shortage. However, I am deeply disappointed in some of the conversation lines that I heard tonight. Deeply disappointed, especially as it relates to giving our students a choice. Giving our students a choice. It's not making it mandatory, so we're going to stop the false narrative there. It's not making it mandatory, but it's giving our students a choice. As I was sitting on the dais, thoughts was coming to my head as I understand now why we are, and I understood before, but it's just a reiteration to me as to why we are not ready to come from under the desegregation order. Because these conversations are too tough to have, and I don't think that people really want to accept that someone else deserves a choice. And I'm going to pause there. Race is a part of our world, and it is deeply embedded in Suffolk's history. And as we discuss, and I hate to be a historian here, but as we discuss the overcrowding of our schools, one of the major reasons we are overcrowding or we have schools in the wrong location is because we're operating on a separate but equal school footprint. We are dealing with Brown versus Board of Education schools from the merger of the two cities. And that's what we're dealing with. I don't find it okay, and this is not personal, but this is Riddick telling you straight from the hip. I don't find it okay that board members are making decisions for students and families when you will never have to make that decision. January 28th, this information went public. I dropped the ball because I should have shared this information to my Facebook page. And in the day-to-day operations of my personal life, I neglected to do this. However, it was 15 days that I had this information where I could have shared it. And that's the same for other board members. And once this information was made available to the full board, it could have been shared then as well. I am concerned that it's okay for us to talk about a country history as a whole as we diminish the history of others. In our very own city, there are statues that breaks the history down. And if you go to the historic Cedar Hill Cemetery, you see the Doughboy statue. There's placards on the sides that says colored, white. Look at the data, black, white. So I understand the premise of the desire to United States history is everyone's history. But if you look at the pacing guide, there's not enough time spent on African American history. So as a parent, if I want to exercise my right to allow my child to take a class and use it as a substitution, I believe I should have that right to do so. Let me do with my children as I see fit, and you do with yours as you see fit. Because if we wanted to hold them all to the same standard, there would be no alternative schools other than one school system. I find it bothering. I find it bothering that we still, in 2025, 50 years later, still have to have a minority to majority program. Because we don't build schools. We can ask and request, but we got to be realistic on where we want to put them. I heard people talk about trust, but providing the information without an opinion is some ways you can gain trust, where we can keep our personal feelings out and allow the constituents to make their concerns or their statements known, being readily available to all citizens. And I'm no prophet, but I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen tonight when I leave. I'm gonna receive phone calls from every borough that is represented on this dais. Because there are people who share the same sentiments that want to have that choice. But because we delayed the recommendation of the policy committee and, of the legislative committee, and went along with it because there was a misunderstanding in the word substitution versus mandated. I think we need to really look at the guidance role of a guidance counselor. And I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna digress and make it quickly. If a student takes an SOL credit course or takes a credited course that weighs 3 points and don't pass it, they look for substitutions to satisfy the graduation requirement. What that would have allowed is for us to satisfy the graduation requirement as an option. This is why it's important that when we have these questions or concerns, we reach out to the committees prior to coming to the meeting. To date, I have not heard any message from anyone about their concerns about that particular bill. Yes, it's serious to me. No, I'm not going to let it go. Look at your pacing guides, you look at your curriculum, you look at your standardized testing. African American history does not make up a lot of questions on the Virginia SOL. Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, and about 2 others is it out of a 38 to 50 question test. And that is used to determine whether you go to the next grade or not, or how well your school is performing. You do have the choice to make your choice if you don't agree with it, but at least give me the choice as to whether I want to use that elective as a graduating choice for my children or my nieces and nephews, or the 74 high school seniors that I mentor within Suffolk Public Schools. I urge the board to reconsider its stance, prioritize inclusivity in education, and ensure that all students have access to the full extent of knowledge that reflects the rich diversity of our shared history. Our children deserve better. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. But we got work to do. Madam Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. Vice Chair McGee?
Hey, good evening, everyone. I want to begin by thanking my colleagues for a productive meeting tonight. We had great dialogue, and I'm thankful for that. Thank you to all the SPS staff who helped facilitate this meeting and for all the work you do behind the scenes. Next, I want to take a moment to highlight a few important events. First, I had the privilege of attending the STEM Academy Information Night at Booker T. Washington Elementary. Dr. Gordon, I sincerely appreciate your leadership in spearheading this incredible initiative and helping to bring such an important program to Suffolk Public Schools. A special thank you to Mrs. Rachel Hurst Brooks, Dr. Caitlin Leitner, and Dr. Akima Branch. Your presentations were thorough, insightful, and truly helpful for parents and students alike. I'm also incredibly thankful and grateful that this program will be hosted in Booker T. Washington Elementary, right in the heart of my borough of Whaleyville. Additionally, I want to recognize Mr. Bonner, the school security specialist at Kilby Shores Elementary. While attending my children's second nine-week award ceremony last week, I witnessed firsthand his unwavering attention to detail and commitment to school safety. As I entered the building, I set off the security scanner and was directed to a secondary security check. While I was thoroughly screened, I was genuinely impressed by Mr. Bonner's professionalism and diligence in ensuring a safe environment for all our students and staff. His efforts are a testament to the high standards of security and safety that we must continue to uphold in our schools. Lastly, I want to express my gratitude to the citizens of Suffolk who have been reaching out to me with your concerns. Please note that I take each and every one seriously. I encourage you to keep the feedback coming. I truly believe in transparency and community engagement. As a reminder, we have the superintendent's 25-26 proposed budget meeting coming up in 2 weeks on February 27th at 5 p.m. at Kings Fork Middle. If you're available that evening and want to learn more about how your tax dollars are allocated, I highly encourage you to attend and engage in this discussion. Before I close, I want to speak on that dialogue earlier when it came to that bill. What I want the public to realize is nothing that we propose tonight, if we vote yes or we vote no, affects Richmond. They make these decisions in Richmond, and we follow them. This document that was handed us tonight is the first time I've seen this. What we received was a compiled PDF of entire bills. No one in the public had an opportunity to review this, read this, reach out to us as board members to share their thoughts and opinions on what they wanted us to do as a board. That's why Sean McGee voted no on every one of these, because you still have an opportunity to speak. If there's any bill in here you would like to lobby for, reach out to me. You have that right as well. What I want to say is, if you heard earlier, every child here in Suffolk has the opportunity to take African American history. The reason why this weighs a lot on me, for those who don't know, I'm black and white. My father's black, my mother's white. My dad was born in 1934. He came up into Jim Crow time. I never met anyone on the other side of my mother's family until she died in 2015. I was raised by an entire black family, my black side of the family. What burns me up when we start dividing each other by color, by labels, it creates divisiveness, creates splits. Until we can see each other as men and not black man, white woman, whatever you want to call them, quit putting these labels, we're never going to get past division. African American history is U.S. history. Now, if we want to have a conversation on what's being taught in U.S. history and the lack thereof when it comes to Black Americans, I'll have that conversation all day. But one thing I will not support is any type of divisiveness. And to me, when you label certain things, it is divisive because America and Suffolk, right here in our city, we have different cultures from all over. There was a Spanish-American War, American Indians. If we're gonna pick one race and give an option, we have to be inclusive to everyone. And that's why I'm upset with the wording of this. I agree with Mr. Riddick. Options should be available, but it should be available to everyone. When we pick and choose certain races, it creates division. What do we say to our Asian Americans, our Spanish Americans? If they want to have their history, Irish Americans, anyone who's come over and had anything to do with the creation of America. So with that being said, I want folks to know in the Whaleyville Borough, if you have concerns outside of the Whaleyville Borough, I'd be more than happy to sit down and have this conversation with you. But I really feel right now in Suffolk, our kids are allotted opportunities. There's no division right now in our schools. That was one of the things I campaigned on. I live in a borough that has impoverished communities. My borough consists of Hollywood neighborhood, Saratoga, and Booker T. One of my reasons for running is because I look at our city and I see the majority of funding and building going to Northern Suffolk. You know, I want to make sure we are receiving the same opportunities here for our children in the Whaleyville Borough. But I believe right now, and if there's a board member up here that thinks differently, that every kid in Suffolk has the same opportunity when it comes to education, please correct me if I'm wrong. Because I don't think right now in Suffolk, we have Black kids, white kids, Spanish kids, Asian kids being offered different types of curriculum based off their race. And if that is, I'll stand wherever you want me to go, and I'll fight that fight with you. With that being said, again, thank you guys. I know conversations like these are tough, but they're needed, they're warranted. We are a diverse city, and you know, these are conversations that need to be had, sometimes in public, you know. They're tough, but I appreciate Mr. Riddick's feedback tonight, and I encourage you, man, to reach out to me and we can continue this further. And if there are issues, I'm willing to stand right beside you to tear down any walls, racial divides in this city. And I agree with you on the schools, but that's a city issue. There's nothing Dr. Gordon nor us can do with the way our schools are aligned right now. And I think that's something city council needs to take on, because those schools were built when this city was divided. So with that, I digress, and I thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Vice Chair McGee. I will retroactively yield more than 50% of my time to the comments gone before me. You guys don't want to sit here and listen to my business updates, so I'll try to post them to my Facebook page sometime this weekend so you can hear what I've been up to and what I gleaned from the conferences I attended. I will honor my word and make some PTA announcements for Florence Bowser. There's nothing coming up at Creekside, nothing coming up at Northern Shores miraculously before our next meeting. Florence Bowser has got everything laid out from now through May, so hang with me for a second. Their next meeting is April 4th at 6 p.m. They have Cookie Grams fundraiser going out right now. Those will go out February 28th. You have to order by February 24th. Bingo night is March 7th. That's always fun. We all missed bingo night at CES tonight because we were here. CFA Spirit Night, the first one coming up February 27th. Save yourself the trouble of cooking dinner and go eat at Chick-fil-A. Penny Wars for Florence Bowser will be March 17th through the 21st. I would like to acknowledge the invitation I received to the Bus Drivers Association meeting. It was very enlightening, and I will say that they are a small number so far, but they are mighty, and they have a mission. I also want to acknowledge very briefly, we all know transportation is a problem. I can assure you that this is not something that Mr. Privet is sitting on or Dr. Gordon. There is a backlog of background checks to be done for all the drivers that his staff have hired in recent weeks, and that is done outside of our entity and outside of our control. So I thank you for your grace and patience. I understand your frustration. It is a priority for us, and we're doing everything in our power to get people employed here. With that, I have no further comments. Board colleagues, there are information items on the bottom of that report. I encourage you, if you haven't read them yet, to please take time to look through them and send any questions you have about those information items to Dr. Gordon's email, so he can get you up to speed on what some of that is about outside the standard ones we have every month. The rest of you all enjoy your evening and be safe. This meeting is adjourned. Oh, okay. I totally forgot.